solve the remote connection problems, or might have solved it. See that in a moment. Welcome to the kickoff meeting of FarmConners, of the FarmConners project, a EU coordination action. I think I have seen most of you yesterday already, or on previous occasions, so that's fine. FarmConners, just to introduce the logo, is about people talking about wind farm control, and it's the people who do FarmCon. So that's how this acronym. It's one of the weaker ones, I have to admit, but on that logo it works actually quite okay. So essentially, we got about 1.5 million from the EU to spread among 12 partners to get a bit further ahead in what is actually wind farm control and how can we use it practically. And the tagline was, so to speak, we've researched wind farm control for more than a decade. Why can't you buy it yet? So we're trying to resolve some of the problems or perceived problems of wind farm control, and that is in part figuring out what is really the science behind it, and is that a problem that the higher fidelity we get, the less actually comes out of wind farm control, or is that a sign for that there's some limit somewhere? So it's still some known unknowns that we need to tackle, and we thought bringing everyone together who works on it might be the best way to tackle it. So the meeting's aims are threefold. The main outcomes of this should be a state-of-the-art and research gaps paper. We had a workshop yesterday on that. Quite nice one, I might say. Then the next thing that we should discuss is what exactly is that benchmark exercise that we are trying to do. And then, of course, it's a kickoff meeting, so we're looking into some administrative matters. And for the administrative matters, we actually have Dimitrios Sofianopoulos on board, who's the EU officer for this project. And he will actually have the first introduction. I hope that it works with the audio. We'll see that in a second.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'll just make you a bit louder, I hope.
Okay, now it's better.
Coming.
Okay. Now?
Is that okay for everyone? Yes? Good. So now it's fine. And do you want to run the presentation yourself?
Yes, I think I can do it.
Okay, then.
But I don't know. Let me see if
we can put you here. I can stop my sharing. Now we see you well.
That's nice. So for the presentation, I'm not sure if I will manage to change the slides remotely. Maybe you'll need to help me with that.
If you share your slideshow, then that should be possible. Otherwise, I can do it.
Let me see. No, it doesn't seem to work. Maybe it's better that you change it for me, Gregor, if you don't mind. First of all, let me apologize to the consortium because I didn't manage to be there with you today. I would much prefer to be there and meet you in person. Well, unfortunately, it's not always in our hands to. Okay, that's great then. Yes, it's not always in our hands to be there. I hope every success to the project. And I will go now through the presentation. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I will try to follow as much as possible for the meeting today. But in any case, I'm looking forward to receive minutes and whatever questions you have, either today or later on. So the presentation has mainly three, as you see in the slide, three main parts. The first part is a general overview of the European Commission in ENGIE Horizon 2020. I will probably go quite quickly through that. I guess you know many things already. If you don't, let me know. Then some information on the grant agreement and how it works, which is quite relevant for the project, especially for partners that don't have a lot of experience in Horizon 2020 projects. And then what are the expectations are from our side, from the project. So the general overview of the European Commission, I guess that you know that the main players in the European Commission is the three big institutions, European Commission, the Council, and the Parliament. INEA, who I do represent, is part of the Commission, part of the 6 executive agencies that were established to implement the European policies in the area of research and innovation. And we have 6 executive agencies in total. So what are the role of the European Commission and INEA? The European Commission is the one that defines the policy, strategy, objectives, priority areas. It's the one that selects the project that will be co-financed, makes the program decisions, and evaluates the program and the agency's performance. While INEA is the one that organizes the call for proposals, as we have done in the past, manages the whole project lifecycle, monitors its technical and financial progress, and ensures that there is the financial management is sound. Go to the next one, bravo. So a few words about INEA. We are mainly coping with projects that are in the area of transport, energy, and telecommunication. There are 2 main, I will show later on, there are 2 main programs for that, the Connecting Europe Facility and Horizon 2020. More than 8 years of experience so far in managing calls and financing projects. More than 1,200 projects that we are managing. The staff has reached almost 300 people from almost all European countries, EU countries. And then our role is to support applicants, to improve and speed up procedures, use high quality evaluators, and so on. You can see some of the things that we try to do. And of course, we try to ensure that you respect all the deadlines. So a few words about the project life cycle, the grant life cycle. First, it's the call of proposals, which you have seen, you have submitted your proposal. Then we'll have the process of the evaluation and the selection of the best projects. The selection of experts is being done by us. The experts are the ones selecting the best proposals. Then we had the stage where we prepare the grant agreement in coordination with the project coordinators and the project consortium. Thank you very much for the good communication we had on that field. Then for the whole project, we have the technical and financial follow-up. And then after we have the results from the project, we need to give some key feedback to the policy DGs in order to close the cycle. So at the end, we needed to try to improve the current research and innovation policies, feeding them with the results of the projects that we have found. We may go to the next one. So some information on the programs that INEA manages. As I said before, it's mainly Connecting Europe Facility program, which is mainly for infrastructure, and then Horizon 2020 program, which is mainly for research and innovation. And the main areas that we support is transport, energy, and telecommunication. And the budget, the total budget that it's managed by INEA is 33 billion euros. That's a quite high amount. As you see, mainly in most of the money go for the Connecting Europe facility, which is normal because we're talking about quite big infrastructure investments. And Horizon 2020 gets, at least for INEA part, around 5 billion euros. split between transport and energy, as you see in the slide. So more details on the Horizon 2020. What is relevant for you is mainly the societal challenges. Here is the overall distribution of the funds in Horizon 2020 for the 7-year period from 2014 to 2020. So the societal challenges is the biggest part of Horizon 2020, and it attracts 30 billion euros. And societal challenges are the implementation of societal challenges mainly split between EASME, which is another executive agency, mainly concentrated in energy efficiency and small and medium-sized enterprises, and then INEA, regarding concerning the energy part, is mainly focused on low carbon energy priorities and smart cities, which is the so-called secure, clean, and energy efficiency part. More details about the portfolio. You can see here distribution, how we split the low carbon energy. So we have the integrated energy system, renewables, decarbonization in general, and socioeconomic aspects. Projects like this one, like the coordinated support actions, usually fall into the 4th category, but it's also, of course, relevant for renewable energy technologies. And of course, we have the smart cities and communities, these big projects that I guess you're aware. We can go to the next one. So the overall budget, as I said, is 2.5 billion euros, 348 projects. And here you can see the distributions per technology mainly. So quite some money and quite a lot of projects go for grids and storage and energy systems. And then you can see how this is further distributed among the different technologies. I will share the presentation, so if you have any questions, you can ask. Here it's just an example of an illustration for how TRL works, the so-called technology readiness level for the ones that are not aware. So it's starting from the basic research, which is usually the lower TRLs, and going up to close to market projects in TRL 9. Here we have market uptake project, so we are talking about quite high TRL as we try to address barriers that prevent technologies to enter the market, and which is also things that you will try to do. This is just an example of the PV, how it works there, not very relevant to what you will be doing. We can go to the next one. So here we'll start the part that it's how the grant agreement works. And here is like the Bible that you need to consult. This is one of the things that you need to take away from my presentation. The previous you can forget if you want, but this one you shouldn't. It's the annotated model grant agreement. So for any questions you might have, for any difficulties you might have, it's always the best way to consult and to know what to do. It's written over there. It's also our Bible. So please keep an eye on this document. It's rather detailed, but it's very possible that you will find the solution to the problem when this will arise. And of course, we always discuss wherever you have a question. So let's go to the next slide. This is the second big thing that you need to take from this meeting. Our role here is to advise you. Our role is to have a very regular contact. Our role is to solve, if possible, all your problems. So whenever you have an issue, please contact us. And we will do the best to find a solution. And the earliest, the better, because this will help us also find a problem as we are together in this process. So our role is to be the contact point, to have the advisory role, to ensure the proper implementation of the project, to monitor the fulfillment of contract obligations, and to process the payments. And a quite crucial role of Gregor in the other side, in this case, where the project coordinator is the one that is accountable to the EC for the project in general. It is he is a central contact point for the Commission and INEA. He represents all beneficiaries of the project, administers EU financial contribution. He's responsible for the review reports to verify the consistency of the outputs, and monitors the compliance with the grant agreement rules. So please also keep a very close contact with your project coordinator. You see how important his role is. And of course, each partner has a very important role in the project because each one is responsible for his own output. So each partner is exactly accountable for their own performance, and they need to report to the coordinator. I'm glad that there is also a sense of humor there in the room. This shows a lot. A strange slide here, which yeah, we may consider changing it. It's just to show that this is public money that we really need to respect, and through the collaboration, we really can make something useful out of it. Also mentioned in Article 41 of the grant agreement, and collaboration is the key here. The better the collaboration among the participants is, usually it's the better results we have. So consortium agreement, my understanding is that it has been concluded. Is that right?
Unfortunately, no. We're really close to signing, but we have still one issue that keeps popping up, and it should be signed within the next month or two.
Okay, please do that as soon as possible. It's quite important. We are usually not involved, but we need to know that this is a signed document by all participants, because if issues arise within the project, you understand better than me that we do need a good reference that we can count on. So I would really urge you to find a solution to whatever the issue is and have it signed. Please let me know whenever this is the case.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into detail on what consortium agreement contains. You already know better than me. So going to the project itself, from now on that the project has also already started, we have this continuous reporting process, mainly through the deliverables, not only, but mainly through the deliverables, which through them we define the objectives of the project. We need to make sure that the deliverables comply with the grant agreement. If we have deviations, these sometimes need to be put in an amendment. It's called revision, or depends on the kind of changes that we opt for. It's good that you use the guidelines, your data management plan, and your communication and dissemination strategy. This is why you have drafted it anyway, and it's quite important, especially for this kind of projects. It's your obligation to submit deliverables in time. If this is not the case, as I said before, we need to discuss to see what the issues is and to know well in advance, and if this has any other implications to other parts of the project. You should know that the public deliverables are automatically published by the EC, which means that the quality, as soon as they are approved, should be already quite good. And if you realize the delivery date of the delivery is not coherent, you need to inform us. It's what exactly I said before. Now, continuing with the previous slide, quality check is something, of course, that it's the responsibility of each one of the participants, but then it's also one of the main roles of the project coordinator. So all the deliverables need to be, at the end, reviewed by the project coordinator. So quite some work for you, Gregor, there. Also according to the Article 41.2. So the better the quality of the deliverables is, the more you will avoid cases like me having to reject the deliverable, going back to you, having comments, which would delay a lot the process. So please make sure that you submit in the highest quality possible your deliverables. So the next slide is just to show a way that you can organize your work, but I guess you have your own way. In any case, in such a diagram, you can put the deliverables to see where the main bulk of work is concentrated, to be sure that you will be able to deliver on time and to better organize your work. It's just an example, it doesn't so much. The next slide shows what I see in the tool and how this works. So each time you have a deliverable ready, you need to submit it, and then it's my turn to approve it. We can, of course, reject the deliverable in case you want to update it and submit it again. This is usually how the process goes. So we are always aware on when you need to submit a deliverable and if the due date is approaching. Next slide. This is a very important part of the project in general. It's the periodic reporting, which is a mandatory process, which is being done at the end of the reporting period, usually in this kind of projects in the middle of the project. This is a 13-month duration project, Gregor, is that right? 36 months is the total duration? Sorry?
24 months.
Ah, so yes, this is much shorter indeed. So in the 12th month, the reporting period ends, and then you will see the deadlines afterwards. You have some days to submit your report on the progress that you've made. There is a template which you need to reply to. You need to describe the activities that you carried out during the first month, the first 12 months. It has to be in line with the grant agreement. You have to describe the risks and the mitigation measures if this is relevant. The text needs to be concise and clear, and you need to quantify where possible. So you already, in the middle of the project, need to elaborate on the first results and the added value of the project that you have found, at least to the point that it's possible. So the next slide shows exactly how this works. So the end of the first reporting period, which is in this case is month 12, you will have 60 days to submit your report after the end of the reporting period. And after a while after the report is submitted, we will have the review meeting where I do hope at least that I will be physically present there, because it's even more important to be physically there and see the progress of the project. And then, depending on the quality of the report and depending on the quality of the work that you have done so far, we approve. Normally, we approve the report, and you get. So you have already gotten a lot of money through the pre-financing. Some of the remaining money is being given after the approval of the second report. It might be the case, which is also normal, to suspend for a while the payment if we need to improve things in the report, or if you have not included things that are quite important for us. But this we will try to avoid. I will try to give you as more detailed instructions as I can in order to draft the report according to the way we like having it, and in order to describe all the results of the project. And a similar process is being done at the end of the project for the final report. So after the end of the project, we have the final meeting where you present the final report, also 60 days after the end of the project. And after all this approved, you also get back the pre-financing that has been kept from you. We can go to the next. So more or less, I said what concerns the interim payment and the last payment as well. These are the dates. You can go into the presentation if you want more details, or you can ask questions. Yeah, we still have some time for that, but it's good to know already. We can already go to the next slide. So for the project costs, according to the Article 6 of the grant agreement, costs need to be reasonable compared to the work that will be performed. And anyway, this is something that we discussed already in the grant agreement preparation. In general, you declare the cost as actual costs, and if it's not the case and you want to declare in unit costs, you need to follow the specific rules. You shouldn't make any profit out of the project. This is also a well-known principle, and you should follow the normal accounting practices and record that into the accounts in case of audits or in case of other kind of controls. So for these kind of projects, market uptake, coordinated support action, this part is quite important. Not only for this project, now it's becoming more and more one of the things that we need to highlight in our projects, to disseminate and communicate the results as better as possible. It's an obligation also through the Articles 29 and 38 of the grant agreement. You should always not forget to acknowledge EU funding and inform INEA well in advance about your actions, because we also have our own communication tools to promote the project, and this is something that we try to do throughout the whole life cycle. We have the contacts with the policy DGs and with other stakeholders where we can really promote the project. It's also for your benefit. So we can go to the next slide, which is specifically on the acknowledgement of the EU funding. It's quite important to remember that you always need to acknowledge EU funding. You need to display the EU emblem and not the Commission's logo. We'll come back to you if you have used the Commission logo. And you need to acknowledge funding in all your communication activities. Either this is the website, leaflets, videos, etc. Patents, if I guess this project will not produce any patents, but then we have articles, I'm sure, and then if infrastructure is built with EU support, which is again not the case, I think, for this project. Then this is a quite important issue, the open access of the articles that you will produce and that will be peer-reviewed. This becomes more and more a quite strict obligation for the projects. So there are two different ways to have an open access. It's either the green open access or the gold open access. Do you already foresee, Gregor, that you have you have publications that will be peer-reviewed or any other material in order to have an open access?
Yes, we have a few articles planned on the program in the project, and we have a separate budget to pay for gold open access. So
that's fantastic.
If you write something, or if we write something, then we can actually pay for having that open access from the EU funding.
Okay, that is great. That's great. And it's one of the things that you will need anyway to report, even in the first reporting period. So we continue with the communication. So you see, that's why we put a lot of focus. It's a bit late in the already to tell you to make a communication plan. If you haven't done it, it's better to have it. It helps a lot. We have seen that. You may use many different tools, websites, social media, publicity, articles, and etc. As we said, you need to alert us on possible events, milestones, and articles that you may produce. It's a good advice to connect with INEA Twitter, which is quite active, and LinkedIn, which will promote all your activities. And if you want more advice and guidance, you may go to the communication guidelines that can be found in the Horizon 2020 website. The next, this is something that may occur in during the project, which is amendments. According to Article 55, it's quite usual to find an amendments during a project. It would be great to avoid it, but we understand that sometimes it cannot be avoided. We don't need an amendment when we need to introduce some minor changes. So this can be agreed with me and we can go on. But for substantial changes, we will need an amendment. For example, if a partner decides to leave, or you decide to change a partner, or significant changes within the cost categories, we may need an amendment. We cannot allow changes that modify the nature of the project. So in that case, the amendment will be rejected. So we need to talk. This is also a message that you really need to keep before you are thinking of having any changes, either to the partners or to whatever. We need to talk before, because it takes time. It's a kind of a heavy process, the way it's been made from the European Commission side. You need to give priority to the most urgent things that you need to modify. It needs to be submitted electronically by the coordinator, but only after we have talked and we have checked all the amendments if they can proceed, in order to avoid unnecessary delays. And then in each case, you need to provide the motivation and supporting documents for the things that you would need to change. There are specific guidelines. Here is the link where you can read further in case this will be needed. And then another slide for amendment, the next one. So just for an illustration of what we can allow and what we cannot allow. So we don't really need an amendment if we will transfer budget from one beneficiary to another. But this is only about budget reallocation. As you see below, tasks reallocation among partners will need an amendment. We can also allow transfers of budget category from one category to another, if this is not, of course, quite significant. We can also allow a transfer between forms of funding without an amendment, for example, between actual costs and unit costs. If you foresee new subcontracts, there we strongly advise to have an amendment. Subcontracting in general, it's an issue that really attracts audits interests. So in that case, we need to ensure that our legal document, our legal basis, which the grant agreement, is quite firm in how it describes the way the subcontracting was done within the project. And that's it from the grant agreement part. Then we can always go back and discuss things if needed. The last part of the presentation is the expectations that we have from you.
I can already say that we probably have one partner having changes in the legal structure. So that's probably an amendment, right?
It depends on what kind of changes in the legal structure. So it's the name, it's what exactly it is.
I can comment on that. This is Klaus Ellemann from ENGIE. As you might be aware, your colleagues from the EC just cleared the merger between E.ON and ENGIE, which means that subsequently all the renewables business, both of ENGIE and E.ON, will go back to, or will go to RWE and be combined there in a new entity. And that means that ENGIE as a partner will just not do renewables anymore. And once we transfer to our new company, we need to change that. So I think the process is,
I think that will
leave the grant agreement and re-enter as the new entity. So it might be quite straightforward and just require signing a session agreement.
I cannot hear very well the question. Can you please? I think I understood the issue. So part of the company will now deal. Part of the company will only deal with the renewables. So it's like changing a company, right?
Exactly.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And this happened just now after the grant agreement was signed, right?
It will happen probably in the next 6 months because there's some squeeze out going on and all these things that might happen in larger transactions. So it's not quite clear how the timeline is, but we will have to sign as ENGIE because at least for the next couple of months we will continue to operate as ENGIE. Before then, the part of the company with the renewables is transferred back to what used to be the shareholder behind it, RWE.
Okay. So what I advise here, I think that we will need an amendment for that reason. It's the best way to do it, first of all, is to send me an email as soon as possible, since you already know that this change will happen. Because in case we will need retroactive changes, because we don't know yet exactly when this will happen, the soonest I know, the soonest I can allow these retroactive changes to happen for people to be paid and all that. So you already warned me with an email with all the information that you have that we expect this to happen within the next month, and then please feed me with all of the information that you have regarding the change of the statute of the new company, or the new statute of the new company, in order to make the amendment as soon as possible.
I think it also means that we have to register the new company with the EC portal and so on. So I think there are some preconditions that have to be met first.
Yes, you need to be, if the company is not validated by the Research Executive Agency, the LEAR validation, you need to also to get the process to do that also quite soon.
But that, of course, is
the process that all the partners. Sorry.
That, of course, is not the only project that ENGIE has with the European Commission. So that's probably someone somewhere in the administration of the company that will take care of all of them summarily.
Yes, at least for the part of the validation. If this is the case, yes, of course they will. I'm sure they will treat it. But then we have to make our own amendment. So the soonest I know about that, the better. So please put that in writing, whatever information you have, so as to have it, and then when the time comes, we will see how we will deal with it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know. So expectations. We go back again to one of the key things that you need to take out of this presentation, which was a bit long, but I hope it's useful. So take this, read it, in order at least to see what issues it includes, and you may find an answer to what the question is each time. Model grant agreement. Then the second thing is we need to ensure that you provide your deliverables in, you can go to the next slide. The delivery should be submitted in high quality and on time. Of course, it's the case, and we have understanding if something is not going rather well, so you need to talk to us. This is actually another message that I want to pass. We need to talk through all the duration of the project. The end of the reporting period is not the best time to raise problems. We'd better know the problems from the beginning, because then we can have the time to anticipate and to actually help to resolve them.
I think a colleague of yours actually put that quite nicely. When we come to you and it's in due time and it's before something really happens, it's our problem. And if we only come to the reporting period and something is wrong, then it's the consortium's problem. So the first hour is you and us, and the other one is just us.
Exactly.
That's a position to avoid to be in.
Very well said. Very well said. Well, another colleague that I have also put, it's nice. You need to talk to me if you have personal problems. If you have if you have psychological problems, if you have problems related to the project, you can always talk to me. We're not your friends, but you can rely on us in any in any different aspect. Anyway, we want to show that the communication is quite vital in order to ensure that the project goes well, because there is always a solution. Problems will arise, and we know that will arise, especially with projects that have many members, but we have seen almost everything. So for everything, there is we can always find the solutions if we have the time, because the time is always an important factor, and even the agency itself is evaluated in terms of how quickly fulfills the processes. So that's also the message that I want to pass. Then the other important issue is the communication. As I said at the beginning, this becomes more and more an issue for all the projects, either the innovation actions or recent innovation actions, even more important in the market uptake projects. So you need to communicate to your stakeholders, to other projects, to specialized media. Website is a very good source of information, so please keep it updated and put their interesting deliverables. And then, of course, we're in the era of social media. This can be used, and it can really increase the reach out of the project. Then we have some do and some don'ts. Some advice. We strongly advise you to interact among yourselves, to focus on the outcome and the impact. Already from the interim report, we ask you to provide us with which are the main results of the project, which is the added value that it has given. Involve as much as possible your stakeholders. We are really keen on publishing all the deliverables and communicating them. Acknowledge review funding, as I said already about the website and about the open access publication of articles. And yes. And then some of the don'ts. Do not use material without mentioning sources. You also have universities there, and they know very well the risks and the good practices. Of course, if we identify plagiarism, the cost will be ineligible. If you don't make a reference to the EU funding, you will not get paid. As simple as that. If you have some late deliverables, you need to inform us as soon as possible because it may affect the payments, and try to avoid any consequences to the other work packages or to the other tasks. If it's a standalone delay, it can easier be accepted. Yes, easier be accepted. And then for badly documented activities, there is also a risk that you will not be paid. For example, unsubstantiated hours claimed, insufficient reporting, or not keeping track of your activities. Then, just for you to know, some most common issues found in audits. I think you jumped one slide. Yes. As I said previously, subcontracting is something that the auditors really look into, and also staff costs. So you need to keep records of all the staff that you have hired and worked for the grant agreement. It's mentioned in Article 18, such as timesheets and for personal unit costs, the method of calculation. So it's better, of course, we can go to the next one. All the personnel that works for the grant agreement needs to work for the entities that are assigned to the grant agreement in order to avoid any kind of a risk through, as I said, through an audit. So costs are ineligible for entities which are not or no longer linked to the grant. An example that I can give you here is, for example, a visitor professor that works for another university. You have asked for his services, but then wouldn't be possible to give the money if it's not linked with one of the entities that is part of the grant agreement. And if a personnel is not covered by the grant agreement, there is always a possibility to request an amendment and include whichever entity you need to include for the project. And this is what I said before, no retroactivity to a date before INEA has been informed via email. That's why it's important, even with an email, to let me know about changes that might happen to some of the entities, because then, depending on the date of the email that you have sent, we can allow some of the retroactive actions, or for example, payments. And last, not very relevant to the project itself, as you know, we are moderating the evaluations for the new calls. So we're looking for good experts. And of course, we're better placed to find experts than a nice consortium like the one that you have. So please sign yourselves in the website and let us know if you are interested to be experts. And we'll put you in our list for the future calls. And the next slide is also kind of the same. It's kind of a funny slide because we need competent people like you are. So that was it from my side. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions, not only now, but in general. Hope that we'll have very good cooperation together. And again, apologies for not managing to be physically there. I'm really looking forward for the next occasion to be able to meet all the consortium in person.
Good. The next possibility might be we are organizing as the next activity a public workshop in January in Leuven. That might be easier for you.
Yes, if it's Leuven, I might have good possibilities to come. Do you already know the date for this?
We'll discuss that later today.
But January is a good month because we don't have evaluations, which is usually a quite restricting factor for us to go anywhere.
Okay.
Thank you for the information.
Good. Do you have any questions to Dimitrios? One thing I'd also like to point out here is that all the administrative things from DTU are going to be taken care of by Kirstine. And she'll have a presentation later on today to go through the administrative issues seen from the coordinator perspective. The good thing about this project is that we only have people who know what they're doing. In terms of EU projects, it's not the first and not even the second project that you have. So there's plenty of experience in how to run an EU project, and I think that shouldn't be a blocking factor here.
That's nice to hear. Very nice to hear. So I think I can be removed from the screen. And if there are not more questions, I will keep on following most of today's meeting unless anything occurs. Yeah. So please go on as the agenda foresees. So I guess it's we start with the description of the work packages, right?
Yes.
Very well. I will mute my microphone just in order to avoid any kind of noises. And okay.
Good. So yeah, the next one then would be. Do you have the presentation maybe on a stick, or can you send it to me? Because then we could run it from here and then easier put it into the online meeting. This is the thing I hate about this. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's not been easy recently trying to open stuff in PowerPoint or Word.
Yeah, it's freezing. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Carlo Bottasso. I'm from the Technical University of Munich. We are the coordinators of the first work package. And I'll give you a brief overview of the work package itself. So I very simply took some images and text from the proposal. So you see here the work package 1 is about testing and validation, and we have 3 tasks running essentially in series, however connected also to other tasks of the project. I also put here the.
Sorry, I cannot see the screen very well. Can you the camera or?
I thought I did.
Now you can see me, but I couldn't see the slides. I could see the camera. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where I am here.
Can you see now?
Yes, now I can see. Yes, yes. Thank you very much.
So the first slide, let me see if I can. Gregor, I have some issues here. Okay, now it works. Okay, it's kind of slow maybe. So the first slide was just an overview of the work packages. So I was saying that we are here, work package 1, composed of 3 tasks. And I also reported here the timeline. So here you see the titles of the tasks: state-of-the-art, design of a common benchmark individual results. And you see here also the deliverables and the milestone. The objectives of the work package are written here, again, taken straight from the proposal. Number 1, aggregate the experience of the past and ongoing activities in tested validation of wind farm control. Number 2, design a benchmark for testing available wind farm control models and strategies for consensus among all the stakeholders of the technology, leading to FarmConners wind farm control benchmark consensus. And number 3, perform further validation of the available wind farm control models and strategies for the FarmConners wind farm control benchmark consensus to increase confidence in the technology. So these are the 3 main objectives of the work package. If we look at the tasks, we have here again the title of the tasks and the participants. So we have task 1.1, state of the art. Leader is Sener, and everybody's participating. 1.2, design of a common benchmark. Again, lead is Sener, participants DTU, SINTEF, DMVGL, ENGIE, Naturgy, Energy, Catapult. And 1.3, common benchmark of individual results. Lead the TUM, and participants DTU, KUL, Sener, DTU for wind, DMVGL. We have essentially only one milestone. Milestone 1 for work package 1 is the finalization of the consensus for the benchmark, and it's at month 3. Means of verification for this milestone is the benchmark case is approved and launched at the side event of TORC 2020, which will take place at the end of May 2020 in Delft. So I think the main goal here is to identify the next steps. In order to do that, I think we need to look a bit more into the details of the various deliverables. So again, what I did is simply to take text straight from the text. I would say we could maybe quickly read through this. I think it would be useful also to identify what we need to do today in the coming days. So 1.1 is the first deliverable, workshop and research gap analysis on wind farm control demonstration experience, months 1 and 9. So essentially this is broken down into 2 sub deliverables. The first one is, I think, this one. So it's the public workshop, first day of the second kickoff event. So the available data sets and existing demonstrations are to be presented, and wind farm control testing experience of FarmConners is publicly shared. I think this is what we're doing now, right? So I think this will be reported and should complete this first deliverable 1.1a. Then the research gap analysis in wind farm control test and validation is presented at TORC 2020, organized by TU Delft in May. And this is published as an open access paper in month 9, and this becomes our second deliverable, or deliverable 1.1b. Then we have 1.2, common test benchmark case for code comparison. At the second day of the kickoff event, the consensus reached regarding the framework of the common test benchmark, which is, I think, the discussion we'll have later today, I guess. And the resulting benchmark cases will be launched in at the side event at TORC 2020. And this is the second part of deliverable 1.2. Then we have 1.3, recommendations and best practices for testing and validation. In the second FarmConners project meeting at Leuven, and we'll have to discuss exactly on the date later today, the best practices for testing and validation is to be finalized based on the experience in 1.1 and 1.2, and this will lead to the release of a white paper from the project website in the 5th month of the project. Finally, we have 1.4. We have the common test bench results of wind farm control code comparison. The individual results of benchmark cases are presented at the side event of the Wind Energy Science Conference 2021 in Hanover, Germany. Following the discussion, the final recap and combination individual results are performed in the final project meeting, and this will be hosted in Munich and then sent out for publication. So this, I think, leads to my final slide, which should try to identify what are the most urgent steps for today and the coming weeks. So first of all, as you have seen in the previous page, we have to prepare a paper on gap analysis and validation for TOR 2020. So if we want to publish a paper there, it means that we need to send an abstract within the deadline of the call for papers. The call for papers is not out yet, but I think it will be published very soon. So we have to keep an eye open. I think probably the call for papers, the abstract will be due before Christmas or something like this, I guess. So I think we'll have to be careful there. Then I understand that we need to essentially publicize our benchmarks at the side event at TORC. I would recommend, maybe I've done it already, but I think we need to talk to the organizers in order to make sure that they know that we need to have a slot for us. So I think this could be done as soon as possible, I would suggest, since I know that they're very busy organizing all the various activities of the conference.
Who's the organizer? Who should we talk to?
Simon Watson.
Simon, okay.
Yes. Then, of course, we'll have to define the benchmark case written in the proposal. I would think it might be cases. So I think that might be maybe several benchmarks, since we speak about simulations, wind tunnel testing, field testing. So we'll see. This will be a discussion for today. Then we have to set a date for the second meeting in January in Leuven. So this, I think, we should also discuss very soon. And then the next steps will be to prepare a white paper on best practices for test and validation, and this will be then followed by individual work on the various benchmarks. So I hope this clarifies a little bit what we have to do in work package 1. And also, I think, gives also some indications of what are the most urgent activities.
Exactly, and for some of those activities, you already have a place in the agenda. Is any one of you having a finite end before the, I think it's 1630 or 1700, that this project meeting should stop? So is anyone needing to go to a plane much earlier than that?
I'll personally leave around 3, I guess.
Okay. So anything that needs the discussion of everyone, like setting a date for the next meeting, it would be good to have before that.
That's all I have for now. So unless there is any question.
Well, maybe Kirstine will explain afterwards, but there was a mismatch between the numbering of the deliverables in the proposal and the funding that they stored that. So they have changed a bit, maybe you share with us the session that instead of D.1A and D.1B, it's like new D.11.
Okay.
It's a it's on some note I already had to your slides. You started from the proposal. I could see that.
The text exactly from the proposal.
Exactly, because it changed a little bit. This is the grant agreement, and that version has changed a little bit with deliverable numbers, and we actually were able to put in since we knew at that, where was that? Since we knew at the writing or at the negotiating already that it was shifted to Amsterdam, we had put this one to Amsterdam, and so that's most of it is very minor changes. One bigger change is that Naturgy isn't part of the consortium anymore, which was okay in a way. I mean, now they are part of the advisory board, and their budget is in part the budget I had forgotten to put into the open access publication, so that's financing some of that.
Okay. I also maybe add the comment here on the participants to some tasks. For example, here, design of common benchmark. I see, for example, that we don't appear there. I think we have to propose something probably useful in terms of a lot of data from wind panel tests regarding wind farm control. So I would suggest that we also take part into this task.
That sounds like a good idea.
I think this was probably not by design. I think it was maybe just a little error in the text, I think.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Anyone else who thinks they should be partner in that task and isn't? Well, you
as leader of the test, I would like to.
Very welcome. Good.
Johan.
Yeah, maybe in 1.2.
Hey,
you want to be in 1.2?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
In my opinion, I mean, 1.2 should see the participation of almost everybody.
Yeah.
I think like you need to make sure. I mean, I think even 1.2 or 1 to end up with a one benchmark.
Exactly.
Yes.
No, I think 1.2 should really see the participation of everybody, and then of course 1.3 is a different story because it will be individual work. So not everybody will do any specific work. Yeah, probably the easiest way is just to replace all the names here and put all as we have in 1.1.
Yeah, yeah. Good.
Any other comments?
Thank you, Carlo.
Sure.
Yes.
Regarding, I don't know if we are going to discuss afterwards during the next slots, but for example, for the common benchmark, since it's not a very wide period, only 9 months to prepare everything, and we were commenting yesterday about the difficulties in data, on deciding the metrics, and so on. Maybe we should put the focus on what we want to validate or prove with this benchmark. Where to focus regarding all the whole picture of the content that we found yesterday.
Yeah, but what the program is so that we're having this work packages 1, 2, 3 overview. Conveniently, looking at the timing, Jan Willem cannot be here this morning, so we don't get a work package 2 description right now. So we only have a work package 3 description, and then we actually are in time for the coffee break. And then we have 2 topical sections, which is essentially all of this research gap analysis, results of the workshop yesterday. How do we actually write that paper that we promised? And after lunch, it's all about available data sets, the benchmarks, how do we do that, what's what can we actually test, and so on. So we have something like 2 hours early in the afternoon specifically for that discussion, because we felt that these 2 discussions are the most important ones for today. And then we have some administrative stuff in the morning, and here this is actually a sort of negotiating mass. This dissemination, exploitation, communication can probably be shortened quite a lot if we need more time for discussions. Good. Just take my USB stick. Yeah, it probably needs to go. Let's take that. Thank you. Thank you. There's another USB stick down here. I'll take the handphone. Yeah.
Ordner der Konstanze ist nicht
Konstanze, wo kann man es dabei? Train to win. Das ist das Neue. Hier Amsterdam. Jetzt dauert es wieder lange.
Das war besser gewesen ins PDF.
Yes, das ist ein bisschen gescheiter, weil dann hat man nämlich hier diesen Presentation View.
Mit PDF.
Nee, mit PowerPoint.
Ja, sonst manchmal mache ich auch extra PDF, weil man nicht weiß, ob das funktioniert mit den ganzen verschiedenen Versionen.
Das sollte hier kein Problem sein.
Nee, sind ja nicht so.
Aha. Wer freut sich denn da wieder? So, dann machen wir das mal so. Dann kannst du hier drücken. Leider habe ich jetzt keinen.
Okay, so I'm from SINTEF and we are coordinating Work Package 3. So we didn't know what the logo is, so that's why it's at least pink. And Work Package 3 is on the electricity market integration. The objectives are to further motivate the faster, more efficient coordination of wind farm control. And the focus here is on the benefits of the grid support. Yesterday we had some discussion that we can't call it services, and also how we can increase the economic yield here. A bit more specific, in this work package, the state of the art should be investigated. So the grid services and the intraday market should be addressed, and also the potential value creation. Another objective is to define the benchmark scenarios. This is also in connection to work package 1, as we just saw before. And here the focus should be on the flexible market. Yeah, and then another objective is to also look at the impact that the market benefits can have on the design phase of the wind power plant. Okay, and this now here, those 3 objectives go into the 3 tasks, which are value creation, market showcase, and design phase. And I actually created the table myself because the copy was so bad. So in work package 3, now it's 2 work packages start directly now, and the 3rd one will start in month 9. So now we go through the work packages. So the first one was value creation, that's led by Catapult. The other participants you can read yourself. And the background for this is that we have a growing electricity market for the balancing and grid services. They are different in each country, especially in Europe. It's really various. And so here now the task is to explore which markets are relevant and to how can we target the flexible intraday markets. So
the deliverable for this work package will be the workshop in Leuven in January. The next task were the market showcase. This is according to the project proposal focused on the variability of the electricity markets, and also looks into existing markets, but also maybe future and market scenarios, which shall be looked at. And the idea here was also to implement the models and the control strategies. And this was with integration to work package 1 and the benchmark case there. And here were 2 deliverables listed. One report which was on the definition of the showcases. There was SINER responsible, and then we had have another report on the benefits, where Catapult is responsible. The third task is the design phase. So this was here again on the now that the wind farm control affects the electricity market integration, does this also affect how we plan our new wind power plants? And this shall be discussed at the mini symposium at the West in Hanover, 2021. And then DTU is supposed to write a report about that. So this is again the same slide as we saw before with the deliverables, and there was one milestone where the benchmark case is defined. And then we defined some next steps. So for the first task, value creation, we saw and also the action that we discussed before, we have to fix the date. As the first thing, for the next task, the market showcase, we were a bit wondering if it should focus only on the variability. I think we have to define this a little bit. So I think we have to start discussing it with the participants in this task. While the third task we can start later, as you can also see here. Yeah, so this was everything we had.
So what do you need now?
From you, I think we need to fix the date, and then I think here we have to start discussing with the people that are involved in the task to better also understand, okay, what do we actually want to have as a showcase, but maybe we'll also discuss this later on today, what should be covered. Okay. Kanten und Kosten.
Aber das muss ich noch 10 Minuten, eben diese Diskussion schon.
Okay, yeah, Harald, maybe you can also.
Maybe a question. So I'm also a colleague of Konstanze. For this benchmarking, I think we need maybe for the discussion later on. You say it's not like it should be but it's not quite clear to me from reading the proposed grant agreement exactly what the link is. So we should understand a bit better how this market issue is related to the benchmarking, or what's the discussion. Just not, or yeah, we need to understand it better. So the variability of the price is one thing, but the different market structures and markets should also be modeled somehow, or what will be actually.
I think that's exactly the discussion for now. I have to say, we weren't really very specific when we wrote that. But we thought it would be a good idea to go a step further and assume we have that technology. How much would that actually be worth? So if we could show that, it would definitely be a benefit for a potential market uptake. The question is, of course, how do we do that? And I don't have a ready solution for that right now.
But the idea is that this benchmarking that's mentioned in work package 3 is the same as benchmarking in work package 1, or that they are quite separate benchmarking?
There is some deliverables, right? So there is some deliverables. So the first one that is what we have nowadays is the one for the validation, and this is also the one. So, and this is the whole
So this link that is mentioned also in the proposal to work with one is a bit more like, okay, when we see that we can link it together, we do this, but we shouldn't like start thinking too much about how to integrate it with the other benchmark case. So.
No, I think that one is relatively separate. And there might be some common infrastructure for a benchmark that could be used where it makes sense to integrate. But topically, I think the market showcase is different from the other things.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And I'm not sure how wind farm control elementarily changes anything, how you market the wind farm, and I'm also not seeing how it could add extra ancillary services you could provide. If I'm able to roll out wind farm control and increase power output, I think I just would have to understand how that changes my behavior in the wind farm. I think I would need to better understand the forecasting, because I think it'll react differently to the incoming wind with or without wind farm control. And I think once I've understood how my wind farm reacts, I can make my decisions regarding markets, which is in flexible markets deciding, yes, I try to get the full AEP, even knowing, and I think this is the other work package, even knowing that it might consume some lifetime. Or I could decide to intentionally switch off some turbines, and then again using some possibly wind farm control strategies to optimize lifetime consumption of heat. But I'm not seeing how you could tap into extra ancillary services. I think it just gives you extra degrees of freedom to increase the number of opportunities. Yeah, sure.
So I guess definitely the ancillary markets, I mean, sometimes the contract is already like weeks in advance, which does not make sense, I guess. Nowadays, and day and night for but there is obviously a certain forecast that we need to take into account in the contract. And I think wind farm control could possibly help you to reduce that uncertainty gap.
But if you have option to utilize wind farm control, you always use it when you can. So I think the whole wind farm is you can always reduce power outload, but if you're short, there's limited possibilities to increase it unless you decide to operate in the toggle mode from the beginning.
You always use when you can, and by using it, you can actually increase the amount of it that you provide. Basically, reduce or have a smaller margin on the uncertainty gap.
I think you two are talking slightly different things. You're saying that the amount of, for example, reserve that you can sell is increased by using wind farm control, and you're saying that there's no qualitatively different grid service that I can do with wind farm control.
I agree with that.
And both is true.
When we're talking about wind farm control here, is it purely so a lot of the ancillary services have nothing to do specifically with wind. So in future there might be virtual synchronous machine control, that the whole wind farm can act with one virtual synchronous machine, or advance reactive power support, which it's not directly tied to what the wind conditions are at that particular point. Is that also under this remit, or are we just talking about changing the active power to maximize the active power?
It's more a system of the hardware which is installed on the electrical side, right?
Yeah.
It's independent of wind farm control, so I think there's two different topics.
But there's also the control aspect behind that too, and how you respond to the market.
But as you said, that doesn't have to do with the wind conditions.
Not specifically, no.
No, but it has implications also on how you control your wind power plant. And if you now assume you have perfect world in the future where we only have renewable energy, the market will be different. That's also where this covers now not only existing but also upcoming markets. So and then it makes also sense to look into the other services that you have to provide them because someone has to. And if there's only wind and solar, then
I'm just trying to get a scope of what we're classifying wind farm control and where the borders sit, because then that will determine what ancillary services we possibly provide. And we need to be quite clear about that before we start this work, because we don't have much time to deliver the output 2.1 for example.
In the whole wind farm control is more the topic of reducing the inner wind farm loss. This is the main umbrella.
I think also what we talked about yesterday, we should count at some point connected, because now it seems a bit like people are either really just on the side, okay, I will control the wakes, and the others are now we have to care about what's going on in the grid, but we should also combine this. Yeah.
I think it's not just about reducing wind farm loss. It's about actually, like you have a wind profile that takes some time, just actually filling up gaps that are fueling wind profile, so that you can keep up the power from. So basically, shifting around power that people not just trying to get maximum power. If you do wind farm control, obviously you need to downgrade beforehand, but if you want to deliver the power after, the amount of power you can deliver will depend on the past. That changes in time, and you can kind of bridge some of the gaps in an instantaneous wind field, and basically survive even though the wind is too low for some short time. So the one minutes to wind is one day out, you can still bridge the gap and deliver what you can. You basically reduce the variation. Absolutely. I think the question is also what will the contract be, right? When you will have a contract, and then how is it measured? Like probably there's like a 5 minutes before you start, they measure how much power you deliver, and then you upgrade by a certain amount of so many different ways, and there's a whole lot of different stuff how you design the thing. And also, are you going to measure efforts over 100 minutes, how much power you produce? That's going to be the if you average over an hour, then life is easy.
You trade in 15 minutes lost, so
I'm
not sure of it.
Then you're not doing any service, I guess.
Yeah, but we should maybe discuss this in the workshop, but I think also that the other cases covered in work package 1. Yeah. Yeah, maybe 2 also. Yeah, but so are there any other comments right now on that?
Because then the direct continuation of that would happen in the coffee break. That that one is ours, and if we want to, we can also go out, have some more coffee from the good coffee machines outside. Thank you, Konstanze. And then we meet again at, what is it? 10:45.
Maybe we should do it like maybe I'll have another question. I think that's small questions that I think for a while. No, I think really good things.
Sorry, I'm quite new to the project, so I was trying to work out what you guys are classifying as ancillary services. So what you guys are classifying as
Those are the good questions. Well, two people mainly right. We have some idea on that electricity was for markets, but that's what it goes out. So that's the
I was just interested in what
and the other thing then we sort of rely on technology. This also big. There are some specific. That's okay. I couldn't see it on that. Not allowed. Yeah, we need to fix that.
I was thinking that I could just I have
Do you have a slideshow?
yeah, but I didn't put the deliverable to have the deliverable and the report.
Yeah, that's
Just focus on the scheme.
mm-hmm.
So we agree that it's now it's up to two weeks, not less than 1 week, because otherwise people go into 1 day.
I think we can allow 3 weeks.
But in the I don't know what it is in the grant agreement is, but it's not, because there is a 2 weeks.
Okay, then we should stick to 2 weeks. Yeah, that's the mobility and networking. Grants for seed grants for a total of max for researchers, max 2 weeks for managers.
Can be less than 1 week.
Yeah.
But I was thinking that perhaps some reasons when we talk about the writing white papers or design benchmark,
Yeah.
there could be something that the mobility is useful because they have money for moving and be 1 week somewhere together writing. Just to say it on the way when I feel a slot. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we got the mobility here on the program.
I was locked.
Yes.
That's 2 for seconds.
Sure.
Or if you want to have a coffee first.
Well,
right, okay. Well, at least we can see where we are. So there's a couple of points that I want to discuss about for the CA. So I don't know if you want to read the document. If you want, I can open it now. But essentially, there was a point here. So these are really not major points.
Yeah.
Okay? But our legal team sort of has identified these couple of points as we do have, let's say. So you go here where essentially, well, the point says the agenda can change and the partners are able to object. In case people were not able to attend, then it would be good to have a sort of 15 days buffer. So I mean, the suggestion would be to send a written confirmation and have 15 days cooling off period just to check if anyone has any objection.
Yeah. And
not only restricted to the people present at the meeting. That would be the only difference. If it's something that is not good.
I don't know.
It seems like a small thing, a small, almost obvious thing, right? And anyway, we are all quite very well connected.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, seeing how these things actually come to work.
Not a concern for you.
We're probably never sending out an agenda 15 days beforehand anyway.
But of course, remember that these are the words from a lawyer, right? So
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean.
I have to check whether I forwarded it to Søren, our lawyer, because if not, then that if I did, then that he took that into account and might or might not have taken that.
It was sent on the 13th of September.
Then ICC arbitration.
Yeah, so the other one was just simply a comment from the lawyer. Again, it's a lawyer speaking, right? So they were saying that the ICC arbitration is frankly one of the worst type of arbitration existing there. So they were simply wondering if this is something that is like part of the draft, standard draft, basically. And if there was any concern about this among the partners, and if anyone has raised it before. But I explained, of course, that first of all, we already signed, for example, in internal control, something very similar, right? Internal control also has ICC arbitration, and it's a an ongoing project, so it's not really a risk. And also, I explained that it's a very collaborative environment, so it's not really something to be worried about. It's very low risk, so they understood that. But I had to include this in my email to you just to make sure that you were informed.
Sure.
Okay? So if you don't have any further comments, or I don't know.
I think that one might be difficult to get in because it's a very late timing.
If you have any concern, I'll just reply to the lawyers and say, like, the situation, we are happy with it, that's fine. Fine? Good. Okay. Second thing is about the task 1.2 that we just discussed. We think that it would actually be able to include us as well. I know that we are part of the working package anyway. But see, yesterday we had discussions about production control. Yeah, there it is. So we have to want to make sure that we are contributors in that. And also this thing I said before we spoke about production control and
Yeah.
so the discussion about closing the coffin or not, and we still are on the edge really. So we are not supposed to do. That's why I also like to be there and contribute to this. Okay?
Yeah.
Possible. Yeah.
Sure.
And the only other thing is just about the expenses for this trip. That's because we had to book in advance to just reduce the costs. And at the point, the grant agreement was not signed. So we didn't have a job number internally. This means that I think we need an email from the coordinator, which is you, to say like it's okay. Just a support email basically saying that the European Commission can agree on covering these expenses, because currently these expenses are just on us.
Okay.
Because as I said, we have to book them far in advance, and I think that there might be a problem if I claim this back with the EU, right? Because it was before the grant agreement. So why would I?
That's true. I booked it before the. I wasn't before the grant agreement.
Ours was, I think. With this
because the grant agreement had been signed a while ago.
I mean, I'm talking about the final signature, of course.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a good point.
Okay, so I'll send you an email maybe.
Maybe Kirstine knows something about this because she's.
Yeah. I'll do this by email. I don't need to bore you with all these details.
But it's true for us as well, I think.
When you don't have a free
Oh, really? That's cool. Thanks.
It's weird, it's not actually.
So I'll become the next that we can maybe up towards there. Try and do some yeah, I quite like the type. Being in Glasgow, you're like, I never come up with it's not that fun. So it makes it easy to just like go to the
yeah.
It's doing a night as well.
There's like single Google lane or whatever. That's why you're trying to do all geochemistry. Yeah.
You're not sure whether it's dual or not, and you're like, oh my god, I'm on the wrong side of the road.
I know, because they have like 3 lanes and you don't want to do the one.
It's not like barriers are off.
Not too easy.
When you've got 2 fasts, well, we have
You're in next week. Yeah, but Christmas again. That's crazy though, like 9 months.
Yes.
Figure out like working Glasgow and just like
yeah. Yeah, I always used to find them there. Yeah, it's very old. That's a hard to say there. That's weird.
yeah.
All the way around, but it's not actually everybody.
Was there a few people or was it just people doing the whole? Alright.
No. You don't want that, so there's so many.
That must be a nice feeling when you get that. So you did like your PhD while you were similar you were. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, the work side.
That's like another level of and then you got a job like
Feedback hinsichtlich dem, was jetzt kommt mit ENGIE und sonst was, irgendwie rechtlich 100% wasserdicht sein oder ja so ungefähr erreicht?
Ich glaube, so ungefähr erreicht. Das ist ja nur eine Vorher-Information. Genau. Detailed information to follow oder sowas. So, welcome back. There was one idea from Johan that was that we maybe can fix the dates for the workshop already, for the KU Leuven workshop. And his suggestions were October, maybe I put we're just in good time then. January 8.
So maybe first, Gregor, let me explain a bit. I think there's two options, but you want a one-day workshop.
Yes.
So one option is Leuven is very close to Brussels Airport. It's very good connected by train, and I can arrange for a meeting room at the train station. So one option is to fly in the morning and fly out in the evening or whatever. That's one option. Other option is that you do more something like meeting with the all the time. And I would not do it maybe at the train station, but a little bit more like a nice location in the town. But then you need to stay alive, which is obviously also maybe not so nice. I think that's the first thing to take before. Also depend on what they study.
Yeah.
Some people will not need to play in the evening one year, but not everyone.
We had meetings before which had a more informal dinner optional the evening before, and then a whole day workshop.
We could do that. We do that we do a dinner for everybody who arrives early enough. But my experience is that that is not a lot of people necessarily, because some people may arrive only late at night. Even macro. Some of you, I mean, I know you.
It's really hard to find data.
From Norway, we would like to have
Well, let's start with a show of hands. Who would have the possibility to do it as a one-day meeting, fly in, fly out? Not that many people anyway. So then noon to noon might be a nice option that brings everyone together.
Then 8 and 9 would be for instance,
How about the week after? Because I won't be available.
The week after is not so good because of the conference in Trondheim.
Is that the deep wind?
Yeah.
Which dates is that?
So for me, because January is the down period, so that is not possible anymore. So the week of 8 is an option for me, and 14 would be an option. Maybe 29th, 3rd would be an option. But not really.
'29 to 30, you say. What was that week?
That week is not possible.
That's not possible.
So 14 to 15 is impossible for me, and 8 to 9.
That would be an interesting timing with the Marie Curie deadline that maybe some of us have an eye on. But I think there's nothing in the EU regulation that say that we actually need to submit at 16:59:43 as usual. But that might also limit the available participants too much. But then it's overlapping with Trondheim, and that's not a really good option either. What about that first week of February? Is that an option? I mean, January or February, it doesn't really matter much.
3 and 4 maybe not.
3, 4. Would you be there?
Max is on holiday that week.
Yeah, but if you have one from Catapult.
Yeah.
Okay.
February.
3, 4 February.
3, 4 February?
Right.
Noon to noon?
Dinner in the evening.
Cool, sorted.
By the way, the conference in Trondheim should of course all come in February.
It's called Giebel, and it's going to be really dark in color. And deadline for abstract submission is on the 15th of October, and when it's for presentation, and afterwards submit the paper that will be reviewed. And of course, you will always see northern lights from England.
Always.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we are back to the agenda. Talking about the agenda, we have an extra issue here, and that's Anna Maria is going to be the head of the mobility grant. We have a mobility scheme here that gives some funding to go to a partner institution and spend a week or two there at the partner institution to write a common paper, whatever is in the general framework of FarmConners. And if you need to leave early, then talk to Anna Maria if you're interested in the details. Otherwise, she'll have the presentation here later. Yeah, workshop wrap up. What did we actually learn from yesterday? Can anyone remember still what we discussed yesterday? Oh, good.
There's much to hear from you, not hearing that.
You're saying we are far away from?
We are, there's a pretty much programs and make research so that we can say these technologies are good enough here.
Any other observations? How dead is induction control?
Yes, you see that there's no element that they all give freedom for close control.
It's induction control for AP increases that, but for other purposes which are more on the list of secondary and topics, it's rare. Static induction.
Yeah.
There's also states for induction control states.
It's not time yet to consider it dead, okay? As you were saying. So, yeah, that's
Also, perhaps it also be remembered that in that case, both states would actually be charged on.
You would need what?
That close spacing alternatively for weight sharing, charged on.
So,
yeah. colors.
I
know that actually nothing to problem.
I know.
But you know the trust I want. Yeah. But that's also good.
So induction control is not dead, but maybe undead.
I think in general, and we also discussed yesterday, I mean, personally, I think what would be useful is some kind of a reference for maybe not exists, maybe not explicit, that in some kind of way you get the relation between expected AEP and for case-specific situation, what would be needed. If we look at the line case or we look at a science, we look at cases, but having 1% for one case is in the end it's not going to be even close to 1% from AEP. Maybe much more on the level of a specific case. And that kind of translation, or at least know what the ball game is, that should push us to really also in papers on new details on specific control cases to really address that. Because if you talk about actual static actual induction control, you're talking about 1% for the aligned case that are ideal situation. And that's never going to be worthwhile.
More than 1%. Most cases, 7%.
Yeah, but even if it's 5%, I don't think it can work.
But it also, if it's 0%, you use the loads.
That is something else, but that's a totally different exercise. And I fully believe that loads can be
it's not a different exercise. You have to consider those.
You need to get that's true.
I think from my perspective, in terms of getting customers interested, that they look at AEP first, because that's what impacts their bottom line right away. So I guess trying to find the sweet spot of weight control, where you have the higher AEP contributions, and then look at the loads in a second step, understand the loads, and once you build up knowledge, you can roll that out also to cases which do not have the higher AEP, or maybe have a zero AEP increase, but then can tap into a longer perspective of reduced loads.
I fully agree with you, but we only need to make sure that we are honest to ourselves, that if we look at specific cases and talk about energy improvement, that we should have high enough numbers before we basically convince ourselves that we need to. If you say that we are actual static action production, and you say for an aligned case that 2%, I don't think that goes to both 1%. Yes, but also have some cases of pretty monodirectional impulses. And that's something that will be the case when you have a monodirectional visual, and that you are stupid enough to say don't turbines, behind each other, right? That's situation. I'm sure that those cases exist, but they may not need to be the same.
But I think kind of a reference paper which looks with the same model, or with the best three models that the community has, at a set of half a dozen reference wind farms, onshore, offshore, different topologies, just to illustrate a little bit where the numbers are expected to be, so that people, and maybe the paper shouldn't be too scientific, so that normal people can read it and then try to make up, come up with a view on the topic and position themselves where they look into their wind farm portfolio and say, okay, this is my candidate site, which I think could be an interesting candidate for starting any detailed assessment. Because when that was one of the learnings from wind farm control trials, you start with nothing, and it's very difficult to approach anyone when you come with a promise and say, well, there's a new technology, and we think it could deliver higher AEP. No clue what number it might be, and no clue how credible this is. And that could be part of the benchmarking. I don't know. If there was anticipated benchmarking, I think it was more benchmarking models, but I think also benchmarking the expected gains, that the benefits of our technology could be something of interest.
I think we utilize the reference with farm, just kind of carefully map out the costs. And with the overall weight loss, like you obviously focus with this is with the right to get 30% low rate, above rate, you won't get there's no loss, right? You only get that in the direction 30%, some in the direction maybe only 5%. So accumulated overall rate loss is maybe 5%, maybe 10%.
Yeah, I think also this KPI of the ratio between AP benefits or the weight loss reduction was an interesting one which I haven't looked at before. But I think it would be helpful to have a couple of cases, real cases, not synthetic cases, that could illustrate this.
This is nearly already in the benchmarking discussion, or is it? Or is that here? Because at the end of the day, the first thing that we promised is a review paper, plus maybe a section on, or not maybe, plus a section on the workshop results and what the general feeling was, especially including that survey, I think, because that had nice graphical representation of what the general feeling about among the 50 or so respondents was on where we are with the technology. So that's sort of the main aim of the paper. But if that is the paper, what would be the structure of such a paper? Yeah, I mean, that would be another really useful thing, that we actually agree on a good metric to assess the gains or the potential benefits of the technology. And weight loss reduction might be one of them.
So I can imagine, like, you find a couple of people for wind farms, like one dual one, and cross with it. And just run forwards with open forwards. I mean, nobody can say that you cannot access forwards. And it's essentially the Mastanka model, and I mean, that version of forward, I would say, you just run it over the wind rows for the different sides, and you just quantify what are the weight losses overall and what are the weight losses for the direction. And then you know that if you want something on a small block and then that translates to something that you can possible direction. That would not be a comparison, it's more like a
that would be that ballpark figure that you're also looking at. And
you need to say, like, no, good guys, if you're talking about AEP, then this is for realize.
Yeah, but with the old notes, not for
Sure, but I mean, I guess we do it, but I guess the conclusions that will roughly be the same.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the problem is, of course,
I don't think we should. I'm not saying we should do this study to evaluate the kind of act reduction or whatever rate of steering or whatever. We just try to evaluate if you want to get 1% of people from the rate overall, then you should be able to get so much percent of the rate of reduction in the cases when rate of reduction is control. Okay. So this is a very basic exercise. Probably it's something that the muscle. And I just want to maybe this paper exists, right? I mean definitely you did something similar like that, and I'm sure some other people also have been considered. Maybe just a matter of updating that and putting it in a form that really translate towards, let's say, a target for if you talk about AP increase, this is what we do in scenario. Like
yeah.
Is an easy way how you can also tell Forest now, please simulate the whole thing including waste steering? Or is this more a question of how exactly do you tell Forest takes into account?
Well, you can do that, but then the question is this reliable?
Well, we don't know yet, but I think this is still one of the things to be confirmed.
No. The first for action doesn't go. We know that there is a false positive to go. That has been in the past over there. So I wouldn't redo that exercise and claim again that, oh look, now we have 2% on the AP on the weight mark. That's kind of the mistake that we already did. So we just try to make sure that we define what is necessary, what would be necessary for the need on a scenario, and then obviously the more complicated measurement also and validation and see whether you get even close to certain mark. Because now it's kind of easy. I mean, I think there's measurement campaigns where you say, oh, we have identified this row in a wind farm, and we're going to look along this row if the wind is in the direction. Oh, we see 1%. We can maybe get 1% already. That's not a fair. But just running floors with different kind of, let's say, control strategies, we will get out the world. You know that at least for static and production control, that there have been false positives in the past. I know.
So if you now do this exercise, process is 0%.
Okay.
So I think we made some steps, and I think everything is included in the tool on the quality, and then you let your go. So I think it's not straightforward to do it.
Yeah, but if there is, let's say, I mean, I get a discussion about maybe it was spacing. So yeah, but maybe it's not close spacing.
No, the time is very bad. I mean, the people from Amsterdam have a lot of data, and they choose for us. I mean, we have done similar stuff. And also I think I have done so I think forward is more sure. Of course there is an uncertainty, but it's not as big as
no, but I have the same discussion with a colleague from you at DPU that is FUDA. And he also says like FUDA is validated. We have 10 years of validation.
But that's only 1 year, the forward.
I don't care. I don't want to. I don't care. And then he runs it on Google and finds like, okay, we can do 5% on AP. Then I say like, let's test this before you believe.
But I mean, that's been done, right? That's the result and from a company that was at West, they basically compared their tourist model with Europe. And it really good. So there is confidence in this model. And to do that, there is not a lot of confidence yet.
And I don't want to judge that. I want to say that if you do the tourist model at the wind farm with 2 or 3 cases, then maybe you didn't validate it.
Yeah, there are limited.
And then if you go and optimize in that regime, then maybe the results could be sure, that's all. So I would avoid that. I'm not saying that you cannot push forward and do this exercise. That could be a second part of the exercise. But I would just like to keep some kind of carve out some part where you say that there's no discussion about the prediction of the ball game figure we give here. That is.
Yeah. So there's increasing spacing and there. That's basically that.
I think that with mostly for re-rate, it doesn't matter because I think we have a fair doubt. We want to know how much we need to save. prototype.
At least defining a minimum AP upside that you would like to obtain is pointless. I mean, what's the point of looking at a pile of coal and defining I would like a power plant and convert that with an 8% efficiency? You can postulate that, but physics just won't allow it. So you can wish for it, but it makes more sense to look at really what are the models, because I think currently we don't have any large-scale validation. At least what models that we have to predict and look at different models and say how do they compare normal operation to perfect implementation of waste here. And then knowing that these models might not get accurate, because base case should be sufficiently tuned, but the advanced case, including sophisticated controls, is still part of ongoing R&D. That's much ongoing R&D.
Maybe I got distracted, but it seems to me we're talking about the benchmarks. So isn't this discussion about the paper on the gaps?
Well, the whole discussion started from coming from the from how to make the paper useful for industry, and then including a table on what can we actually do currently with the tools available. And the interesting thing is that it always comes back to benchmarks again.
Yes, it comes back to benchmarks, but I question whether it is really useful to look at 2, 3, 4, whatever test cases. We know that we meant to reach the first, and we want specific application. So you look at one wind farm offshore, you take another one, you get different results. You go onshore, you get different results. You go encompass terrains, you get different results. In many cases, we see that it might not even make sense to use like farm control on the old farm, even small clusters, those in purpose, separate. So in the end, in order to get a clear picture, you have to run hundreds of different cases. So to me, a gap analysis paper doesn't look at this, but looks at the picture. And of course, understanding IP, of course, tools is part of the picture, but there are many of them. Insurance, certification. I mean, yesterday we had a nice list. So why should we forget whatever we said yesterday and only talk about some examples? I'm not that sure that looking at some examples with some models will give us any interesting indication. In the end, that's all what we're doing. I mean, every one of us is working on some projects in some specific times, using their own tools, and we come up with some conclusions. I mean, this will come out of the literature anyway. I don't think we even have the resources here to do such an extensive exercise. So I would really like to maybe try to cluster the things that we looked at yesterday. And you can see, okay, tools are an issue, implementation is an issue. So for example, if you want to implement it and you don't have the OEM on board, you need to work independently, how to do it, and certification is an issue, insurance, liability, whatever is an issue. I mean, all this, it's all work. To me, that is what should go in the gap analysis, not this discussion.
You need to know that there needs to be some kind of general guidelines so that the people that want to go deeper in this
I mean, this paper should give a brief, broader overview of the outcome. Of course, quantification of specific cases is one of the best. And this is also, I think, easier to write for us because it doesn't mean that we need to write a bunch of exercises. We have to look at the literature, but we take a little bit of review.
Also, it's not like we don't in the project, we don't have many simulations and so on. We know what
we do it anyway because we have other projects that we can come out and again, now that we decided to do these 3-4 impacts, it's pointless. No.
But for the paper, I would say we do need a good overview of the literature, and that's probably from the outset that you presented as one of the first talks yesterday.
Yeah, but I think it's also important to get an overview of the overview paper, because there are many overview papers. This week again, one here. So I think the first thing is to get an overview of the papers and then see what's still there.
So I agree with Carlo, by the way, that I'm not so sure, the process we're going through for the question before, kind of seems to be more question at some point. So that I agree that whatever we're going to do in the project should be broader than just this question about. Nevertheless, I mean, it's a complicated kind of full picture, right? I mean, if you talk about static actual and nurture control, which you say is a life support, I think that's sort of discussion. I don't think there's any point to include in the gap analysis issues of certification if you don't put in the front report.
No, but again, I disagree on this point. We're not even talking about this induction control or control or steering. We're looking at the big picture. So I think from an economic analysis, if you want this thing to be adopted by industry, the question is, what do you need to deliver? So how much AET you need to deliver? How much load reduction you need to deliver to make it interesting for industry? What kind of hurdles do you have to overcome? So I would take it, from the other point of view. Okay, so you have to give me 2% in this situation. In this other situation, I need 4%. But you have to be careful because I will also have this extra cost that I need to address. And this should come out of this gap analysis. And then it's for researchers like us, future researchers, to look at whether this is better done with less steering or with us not to commit the distinct gap we invented. But here we should come out with really the big picture in the input so that people then looking at the specific technologies can try to see, yes, I can do it, no, I cannot do it. So I would not even enter now too much into the discussion of what to do.
But they're also basically saying that the industry should
yes, I mean, that's why we are in the city, because they should tell us, I mean, these are the problems. That's why we're not yet. So even if you see some nice papers, this is what is out, not even because we need to understand this, and that. And you can only be credible, you can only get a feeling for management if you see this, and that. In the end, it's always a business. So this is, I think, what is missing. So if this is done well, then this will give input to us to see, where we should go. When to deliver this, are we there yet or not?
Because the best is to see such a document, but then we have to ask industry to step up and say we're going to rest.
Realistic of market with the structure of the sort of more. I mean,
sure. Right there. It's something that they're looking forward to. I mean, nothing wrong with
That's what I said. It's a whole business case. It's led only by people in academia looking about only at some specific. I think we're missing the picture. But in any case, we look at those things anyway. So I don't really give any added value to things that we do. To me, the added value, when I say yes, great, a fantastic idea, I'm in this project, is because I understood we could really take the opposite. So asking the question, why is this not yet used? And what does it take for it to be used? So we should stick to the original idea. This is what was the original inspiration.
Mm. But that's then nearly 2 papers. One is the actual of a.
I will have a discussion on the benchmark and we'll come back to this topic because in the end the benchmark is an exercise where you check notes, whatever, in one or two specific cases. So we have it already. The paper to me is very good.
The benchmark would be to see whether we could reach some of the targets that set out in the first paper, right? On this will really be possible there.
Yeah.
In some cases where we have data that is good enough for us to do some calculations with existing methods and our
coming back because you know about like 25 minutes for lunch, and it would be nice to go to the top also the reason for the perspective. So I was thinking maybe is it a good idea to go back and forth with the survey all the time, because I think there was many of the points Carlo mentioned, like what industry also discussed. Maybe have this question about how much agencies supporting, for example. Now the clear difference between academics and industry. What they think is realistic or feasible or not feasible, but to see for that to be. And then we also had a bit more maybe academic research questions in the survey as well. And if you can get the bullet points that we had, like there's a couple of years, if you can connect them with the survey questions and the answers, then maybe that would be the biggest part of the research effort.
I guess maybe in that research got there in different business scenarios. But I hear lifetime extension. The lifetime extension is probably not so very important in the investment phase of the fund. Maybe something that is important when you have a good fund that is already for 50 years and you want to get out what you can get out, right? That's the investment phase. You don't care about the last 5 years. That will happen over 20 years. It's like the first 10 years that is important for your economic model, not going back. So there's kind of different scenarios. So if you build it from only AEP is very important. That's what you get right away. If you buy a wind farm that is already 15 years old, then lifetime extension, probably you want to get more out of it than you sell things you can still get out of it. There's different business cases, and I don't think necessarily just selling them up in a way to cost them. I don't know. I mean, I always hear the discussion like, loads are important because you have central time. And then in industry always says like in that discussion like, well, actually, you have an AEP, we don't care about the loads so much. So depends which times. Exactly, but I think at least that's a different business scenario. I think it's not just that. Yeah.
The difference if you implement it from day 1 or from year 15, because that has a potentially different outcome over there. I think the answer you will always get from industry regarding any technology is it does have to have a positive NPV. As simple as that. And as long as you have high margins of uncertainty on any number, it's just very impossible to calculate any NPV because you have no clue of this new technology, especially if it's quite complex. And that's I was thinking to shape your view. I think it would help a little bit to understand a little bit what that technology could deliver to you, explained on a couple of examples. Even if you could bring in hundreds, obviously, they all be different. But looking a bit of the extremes to give you a feel. Okay, one wind farm with a very, very narrow spacing, one with a quite complex terrain, one small offshore area, one large offshore area, and one offshore area which is a little bit awkward in its design because it has less blocking of the turbines, for example. Could be quite a good exercise having calculated this with the same tools to compare one for another. And then maybe even have a theoretical exercise and say, okay, this is the real wind condition on the site. If you have a different wind condition, that would change completely the potential of AEP, because if you don't have such an asymmetric wind condition, but a more evenly distributed wind condition on that side, it suddenly would unlock 2% AEP gain because of turbines block themselves much more.
But I think you're right. If you do investment or new project, the 5,000 here will not have impact on the NPV.
They do have some impact, but it's secondary. And initially, what you're after always in terms of making decisions.
If you buy an existing asset that is already 10 years old, then it's an approach. But I think that NPV
yeah, but but there's more uncertainty. So what's the cost of rolling it out? What's the extra equipment I need? What's the upgrades I require on my turbines? And then also questions come, am I using my insurance? Because like next Ever explained yesterday, basically, so it's faking your controller or
actually go to the for the service. Someone did a lot of work. You find the book and look at the top 4 points. You get a fairly good idea. And some of it, I guess, number one thing is, so especially for frequent stuff, we cannot use it. The benefit, so you can get it in 50 or 90% on the method. You are getting it. But banks cannot. You take it into account that you are already money in insurance company. They are also and in the end, we don't have that branch in the trade, but particularly in the last third party system. We are working on a fight. But you are in the research. We're working with integration. Okay, but they're not here today. You're working on it. Yeah, very close. So we have these for our education. So, and when you get there, then you ask for new farm, you need the models to be believable by the banks. Banks don't know anything about it, so they ask in euro or third party or on an existing wind farm, you have an option of going and continuing a system that will come. You make an agreement with the customer to check out the feature. Then comes to the trouble is, which was illustrated also yesterday, how do you actually prove it with large uncertainty? You go to an IEC, our perspective, just a second turbine, have an uncertainty of what 7% on one turbine. How much on the big farm? So these things are missing for text. And that dispense of information that is somewhere. It does to get in what you already have the concepts. How you then of course resource scratch can also be new control methods. What dynamic control. And there are a lot of other things as well, not just how you evaluate your models are. I think if you go to the one that there was another one that was exactly about what was missing. It says something like application verification. And now it was
that one.
That validation. Validated models applications. You already understand this. But the viewpoint from my look, making us make that more tangible in this calculation. Tangible in the sense that it is clear for users what type of product they need to deliver. But you should do it. You start working so that this particular paper will go into a construction. So like I think what are the steps? I think whatever the stage is like so the 1%, I don't know, it's not, of course, not a statistics, I guess, it's like so mistakes, but it's so very important. So I would love this.
Do you have sort of a date for that?
Sorry?
Do you have a date for when you think you're?
No, we next year. We love it.
I think actually the validation-like topics or the loads here should be also part of the research gaps, because that's one thing that we had from the workshop yesterday, that loads in a lot of different variations were not really sufficiently understood, or at least not clearly enough mapped and known. Then the first 5 points of that one would actually be a sort of a work program, which would be the main research and implementation gaps, maybe. I think that's also part of the discussion here, that the paper is called research gaps, but it's not only research gaps, it's research and implementation gaps. Bankability is not a research issue, or only in some parts a research issue, but bankability is a much broader topic. So that's what we need to address. And then
value, not the like sustainability, turn it to value, which might be outside of this paper, but the message to make it so not but to like turn it into value. So, maybe not this paper. Yeah, but the big thing that would be very long.
Yeah, the point then is really it's, if it's also an implementation paper, then it's probably not one for renewable and sustainable energy reviews. Then it's probably something else that we need. And there might be value in writing more the, let me call it the capabilities part of wind farm control as a research paper for a review article, but then put that into the framework, saying, okay, we have a really detailed list of a lot of cases, the way that you write a research review paper, but then you condense that to a 2-3 pages. These are the confirmed capabilities so far. And then you go into all the other things, and I don't know where that would be the right paper, whether that just would be something that we distribute our own, so to speak, as a FarmConners white paper.
So the first thing, you're identifying what you think you need, what we know, like the first part of the research, and the second part is what is necessary. That's both to the research and what would be the red, what is the level you need to jump at?
Yeah.
In United, you have too far take where you're trying to put perspective to see one that you're not reaching the level of the other one yet.
Yeah.
That maybe also maybe easier to put it apart.
Maybe I have a confession to make. I actually handed in an abstract on the results of the workshop for the IEA offshore conference in Copenhagen in November as a poster. But that would also be a good discussion starter. So I need to sort of condense some of the workshop results and some of the plans that we have into a poster, which I'll circulate and hopefully discuss with all of you.
Are we considering sending
Yeah, I'm just checking. But it is, yeah. What exactly was the talk paper and what was the? Because the talk paper, I think, was on the benchmarks, wasn't it? No, research gap analysis paper on talk. Okay, good.
another one for the benchmarking outside there?
Yeah, and I see we don't even have that journal paper that I was thinking about. That's just the talk paper. But would the larger, the big picture, then the right frame for talk? Or is that a separate paper, and for talk we more have a have an overview, or should that? Yeah, actually, we have a bit of a mix here, because it's part of D11, at least here in the grant agreement, and also D12. There's some funny numbering here. crazy. Who wrote this? From the, sorry? Yeah, the problem is that is the text from the portal.
Yeah, but
yeah. Exactly. That's. But the question is whether that's the right, whether a paper for talk is the right paper to do, or whether we need two papers, or whether we need to have one paper but to a different place, because that would be then some case for at least getting in contact with Dimitrios again.
Probably boring, something to write, I think. So, but I thought at the end that replaced all by some other like decent medium that would be right. It's not. Like, yeah. So on the other hand, it's like such a research that analysis from the industry perspective, I think that the time to do that could be a simplification.
By the way, I just received half an hour ago an email from Simon Watson. So I can tell you that the call for papers will close on December 8th. So 2 months. It will be announced on October the 7th. It will open on October the 7th and close on December 8th. Yes, I don't think so. I think typically 1 or 2 weeks before Christmas. It will be abstract, right? Yeah, which is, I think if he does as we did in the last edition, it will be like a different. Good review. So you can just
Okay, that at least gives a timeline. If you, yeah, who would take the lead on the talk paper? I see all hands going up. That went well. In the grant agreement, it says Delft.
Yeah, but it depends on the content, right? I mean, if it's a scientific paper, fine. But now it's going all over the place. And if it's some form of scientific paper, which we can write, then we have to leave it out. But I think we can get a nice overview and give you a scientific angle. But not all the elements will be in that are discussed today.
Yeah. Then
the agreement says that the conference is
yeah. Oh, not that the paper is the
only one.
So we will organize a conference.
I'll do the workshop and
well, it says in the list of deliverables for D12 TU Delft as lead beneficiary. But then we could also do another thing and say, that you write a more scientific review paper that then might go rather to a journal as a companion to the other one. And then someone else, might be us, for example, write the research gaps.
Also based on the discussion yesterday of the expert meeting, also with Amsterdam, and during that in something. And if can be report, then we will give you something. But then I have to discuss that also with Paul.
Yeah.
Paul is also that. The main organizer around behind this survey. So I think that the Paul.
Are we now talking about just one paper or two?
I'm talking about one.
Have a YouTube channel? It's in the proposal. I was aware of that.
I mean, that will come in due time. Next week, week after, something like that. But that's a topic for a completely different bullet point on the agenda. And no, the research paper is not going on the YouTube channel. Actually, it might go. We had good experiences in the IEA task for forecasting with webinars as a dissemination channel. And that's relatively easy to do. And afterwards can be just uploaded on the YouTube channel. It's not a huge impact. I mean, it's not millions of viewers. But it still gives some dissemination vector for some more easy, accessible way of doing it. So did I get that right? The conclusion is we have made one paper for talk where we're going for the bigger picture and research and implementation gaps and the results of the survey. And that's Delft, us, NREL, and whoever else wants to participate. So, who wanted to participate in that research gaps paper? Research and implementation gaps and the bigger picture on. Yep. So nearly everyone. Brilliant.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, you just make a core group and you need information and approach people. I think that's the best way to do this. That's why saying yes, I want to come to you. I'm not sure how to do that. I prefer the other way around. So you start and say, hey, you need input here, and then you know the experts.
Yeah, but now we have a Bruttoliste of people who wanted to be approached in that case.
But also that I really have to approach that because maybe at some point it's already too much. And then you say, okay, focus on this this topic, and we don't need input from the department.
Input could be just a review at the end.
That is, yeah. I'm not sure if that's the way that might work. Yeah. I prefer that if the guy who does the main author of the paper, basically he decides on moving forward. That's basically how we try to work. And I think that makes sense. Instead of putting everything on the paper and then but again, I agree to it, but I think it's also important to yeah, it depends what's in the paper. Plan statements on the paper. I would imagine that you need to this point of providing your point of favor would be actually different. Because they just actually can benefit or I don't know. Okay. No, but it's also I mean that, but that would sort of bring together. So research that you want. It sounds like there's one research step to into research step was depending on commitment. And there might be other research, but it seems like that's not the research step. There's the same talk about. Yeah. If it's to what Gregor does, Gregor is for the survey. For instance, I am equally obligated to locality. We are not looking for you have to use also the new survey, right?
Yeah. Maybe that's a point for a smaller group to discuss over lunch.
So I guess we have these kind of papers nowadays in journals. On the one hand, you have classical weekly papers, structured overview of things that have been done. Then you also have like these papers that you have different names, typically classical names like research challenges or blah blah blah. Is it that kind of paper that you want to watch? Like,
I think we are more into the second one, but it's also not necessarily just that one. It's also I think I agree with Carlo that the idea is to look at the big picture. What's preventing this from happening? And research state of the art is one needs one overview in that. So to speak, what are the current capabilities, and then what would be needed to make this a success? And then we have all sorts of non-technical hindrances that also need a chapter or maybe a page.
So we're talking about the paper for TOR.
Yeah.
Which is referred in the 2018. I think we're still along with a proposal that was submitted, or is there an official new version yet? Not really.
No.
Just that what was supposed to be in Amsterdam in Roskilde is now in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
So, yeah. The research gaps were addressed in the workshop we have now, or we had yesterday. Just realized the data sets, I think we haven't discussed in detail. It mentions the.
That's after lunch.
That's okay. And the benchmark consensus. So I think the outcome of the paper would be that there's not much consensus, and that would just discuss a little bit.
The benchmark consensus is after lunch. Now we got lunch.
That's what mentioned in the talk paper as its content.
Yeah, I've been studying that. I think I can clear that now. Can I clear out the deliverables 1, 1, and 1, 2? I studied them back and forth, and then it's listed a little bit funny. The last version is just 1, 1, A and B, 1, 2, A and B, all appearing in the whole list. Reviews is that for the research gap paper, it does not necessarily have to be short paper. It's just we have to present the workshop results of the research gap in the side events. That's pretty much which we're having anyway, and that's going to follow the research. So the research paper, research gap paper, can go to whichever journal we want. And also, because it's a part of deliverable 1.1, it is his responsibility. On the other hand, to adopt is responsible from the common text benchmark results. So that's deliverable 1.2. That's the grant agreement. That's the grant agreement. List of deliverables, page and
Because when we decide, before we decide who's delivering what, we should figure out what we have to deliver when exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily a domain, but it is more the description. So that's the page 10. Exactly, because the list is missing 1.1A and 1.1.
This is why I was saying to use
right. Okay. Okay. But in the proposal,
maybe I don't know.
I think they expect us for lunch, so maybe we discuss that.
no, lunch is here.
Lunch is here. Okay.
It's 2 crowds downstairs. Maybe they want
Yeah, I think we're not a position. You also have a lyrics on the model or both you both added income and added expense. Yeah, but you have a look at it's not way model when you actually hire ways to control the model. No, that's what I know. No, but I don't inside the sea, controller is very important. Literalmente models sintetiche come sono antiche. Sure, but that's not another factor here. Yeah, yeah. You don't know. Say I want to have a startup like that, right? It's like, oh yeah, okay, go ahead. Yeah. So sometimes we talk about we just talk about the results. It's nothing about but what do we assume for the process? Here it's two things. Yeah, it's how the results bankable and what you but the cost. But I think here okay maybe so when you're talking about bankability of models, you're talking about the revenue. But and then at the same time you have to convince the banks of your revenue, but you also have to show the banks your predicted cost. Because if the predicted cost is higher than the revenue, you're not going to get the loan. No, that's true, but right. So it's bankability. I guess if you're a bank, you want both income and cost. So in this case, no, but the research no, I don't think it's exactly. I mean, how exactly there's different solutions will different amount of money. Also, if you go to the US, you need things in Ireland. It's different than somewhere else where you're not defined in Ireland. Any part of Ireland. They US they exist for the cybersecurity reasons. They want power plants big isolated. So which means that if let's just say imaginary that you have really smart algorithm, but it's really computational heavy, then you need to be computational person maybe inside the plant, right? Because you're not allowed to communicate around. There was an incident in Ukraine where expected the Russians took down some power and where this is a critical infrastructure. So people are starting saying reduce. So now you need to protect it. It's just one element, right? But it could be so I don't know it's physical. No, it's very more. It's way for I guess firewall, the extra firewall. Yeah, exactly, and explore that because you cannot communicate. There's no way to get data in without going through very elaborate groups like physical tokens sometimes. Like you need something. So if your controller comes to you have to convince your third-party party set or customer set that you live up to the cybersecurity regulations, whatever they are. The same, so it will depend on specific solutions and turbine, because some turbine manufacturers might have possibilities to execute that on the turbines, some like the SCADA system or power plant control. There is one, or maybe the separate communication platform is very communication heavy. I don't think that's a research topic or something for large audience or large audience. So I think that currently for active weight control is not fully understood in this. And initially, I think initially the practice was for use It's nice, quite warm. So,
Yeah.
Maybe it's yeah, I just want to
Street downstairs.
Yeah, that's true. I can listen to I really get
Yeah, I just trust things. We can move on to in the beginning, slow process, like, okay, I just get some last yeah, but I don't know what sometimes yeah, some hours.
Yeah, so
I have really nice structure. But I found it really difficult. Yeah.
So we have a
no, I also think it's really difficult to say you will publish, but we don't think it's hours. No, but I will do a conversation process with people.
You pick what you think is the most fair.
So I'm not sure if I actually answered what I wanted to each paragraph because some was the same from 2 years ago. I was actually forgot to ask the other question. They don't it's something according to my reason. And then I tried to ask it, but I couldn't find it. And I went to ask it, now I didn't. Something according to some program. But it was just because we were but anyway, I don't really do that. It's just like an exercise for me to.
You have more
So
without deciding, without saying Makes a lot of sense. Like when you get to a mood extra. It's funny. Trying time together. Where is one thing sits? It's very yeah, we were doing that, but just got just today. Probably 1 year. All the look back and solve. That's all. There's too many small things. No, that's okay. We have a proposal. Oh, this is all the we're going to talk about all the existing databases. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Right. Okay.
Jeg vil bare lige sige, at jeg smutter igen lidt senere, men jeg skal nok komme tilbage til præsentationen.
Okay, godt.
Og jeg sender dig lige en ny version, medmindre du er tilfreds med.
Fint.
So Gregor, if we discuss what kind of databases are available, maybe we can show very briefly what we have in terms of internet testing.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Okay.
Gregor?
Yeah.
Only you as a coordinator have access to that deliverable platform, or?
No, that's everyone. I think at least.
Not aware of this one.
That's an interesting one because I hadn't really seen that one appear. And especially not as soon. There's recommendations and best practices for testing and validation of wind farm control on your table for month 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that helps.
Good that we talked about that.
And you can access this through the portal.
Yeah.
I think, something new. I had seen it before. Didn't find the link before. I'm not sure what.
The portal isn't really necessarily the best point to best use of, but it's under latest legal data. So here, just a second. If I'm putting that one up here.
I've seen that screen before, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And then if you open this one, latest legal data, it will open this one. And there you get the first screen you see is that project summary. And then you can go here to the deliverables. Actually, I got there because I wanted to see who's now the responsible partner for the consensus on common test benchmark case for code comparison. And to my surprise, that's SINTEF. I hope not to your surprise.
I saw this before.
But that's also a discussion whether that's the whether that's really the right one or whether that should be someone else.
With the type deck and R.
That's R is report. DEC is. DEC, I'm not sure what it is.
Can't click on it.
This one is other. Yes, you can.
Deck.
Websites, patent filings, videos, etc. So that's because it's not really a report, but a paper. I think could be called a report as well. And it is part of work package 1. That's what it says here. What we also just found is recommendations and best practices for testing and validation of wind farm control, which we had sort of overlooked so far. And ENGIE Green graciously wanted to write that one, which we're all very happy about. And that here it's in the second project meeting at KU Leuven, we should be finalizing this one. So maybe we need some round of input from some of the other partners here in this group. And you have to put together a working group that can come with input.
Is it okay in terms of number of months? The workshop in February. This is during month 5.
That's, yeah. That should be okay. February is month 5. October, November, December, January. It's 6. Okay. But I'm sure I can talk to Dimitrios about this. That shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, the topic of the afternoon, and thanks for being here without me actually having to herd you in. That's a nice change. Is the available databases, data sharing, data management. There's of that list of deliverables, we also should have there's a pointer again. We also should have a data management plan. That's a deliverable in due date. So in February, it's an internal deliverable, so it's only for us. And it's relatively simple to do because it has a quite well-defined template. So we just need to fill it in, and that's on our table. So we'll come up with a proposal for that one. But that, of course, has to do with the databases that we're looking at. And Thomas or Nicola, you proposed to give a short
I have like 5 slides
presentation on this one.
I can switch. So yeah, this is the overview of the test we did on wind farm control. So we had 3 field test campaigns. One in, let's say, 2016, when we did both curtailments and the wind turbine misalignments, which didn't go that well. So I wouldn't rely that much on this field campaign. The second field campaign was much better, and we had another curtailment test and the wind turbine misalignments, on which you've seen some results yesterday that have been analyzed by the NREL. And we are now planning to do new wake steering tests. We should have done that starting last year. We've been delayed, and we'll probably be starting very soon. And depending on how this test goes, we can also share the data. We'll see how it goes. Yes. So this is just an overview of all the sensors we've been installing during the campaign. So we had a MetMast for first campaign, and then we try also to install WindCube lidars to have a nice inflow wind conditions on all campaigns. So there are all the locations here. So depending on the campaigns, we were limited in terms of sensor, but we have at least 1 WindCube lidar. And we also have nacelle lidars on the 2 wind turbines of interest, which are turbine 6 and turbine 5. And we also have, from the middle of campaign 1, strain gauges in the blades of the 2 turbines to measure the loads. And one of our partners of SMARTEOLE also installed accelerometers and inclinometers in the tower of the controlled turbine. And this is, so not all data can make available easily. So all this data is that the data we own only, that we can share in the scope of FarmConners. So it includes SCADA data at 10-minute frequencies for all turbines, and 1 second from for the 2 first turbines from more or less the beginning of the project. And from last year, we also equipped all the remaining turbines. We have all the data from the WindCube providers and the strain gauges, and also on the first campaign from the NASA LiDAR. And yeah, some of the data there, I put some asterisks because it's mostly equipment that we realize ourselves. So it is not as reliable as the original recording system, and there might be some very long periods with old or not so better good quality data for these sensors. And other sensors, that's the data that we own, we co-own with other partners of SMARTEOLE. And if we want to make this data available, there would be some discussion with them because they'll probably ask for something in exchange, and that might not be as easy to get this data. So now it's up to discussion whether you think this data would be profitable for the benchmark exercise and how much effort we can put in discussing with those partners and try to make this data available for the exercise.
SMARTEOLE is a project?
It's a French national project funded by the French National Research Agency.
Carlo, you said you had some presentation on wind tunnel? Is anyone else having a presentation on data sets?
Yeah, so I think it's, yeah.
Can I switch because I'm not sure it will run on
HDMI? HDMI?
Yeah.
There's no question that is comfortable.
There have been some discussions inside the project. Some part of the data would have been made available. We never managed to really reach them.
I think it's not sitting on.
But we're still open for collaboration with like specific problems.
What does it say? Okay, so it's coming. So we have extensive data sets that we have collected in a number of experiments conducted with our scaled wind turbine models in the large boundary layer wind tunnel at the Politecnico di Milano. Sorry, I don't know why this is not automatically running. Here you see a little bit the setup. So the wind is coming from this direction. We can generate a turbulent inflow and shear inflow. We can change the setup so that we can have different wind speeds and turbulence intensity conditions, vertical wind shears. We are running here some of our small turbines. These have pitch, torque, yaw control, all implemented in real time. And then they are supervised by a wind farm controller. In this specific experiment, we are also simulating a wind direction change using the turntable, as you can see in the movie. In this case, we're using greedy control, essentially, so no wind farm control. In this case, we're using a form of wind farm control based on wake steering. We can provide
Is this a time lapse movie, or is it real time?
No, this is not real time.
Okay.
It's, yeah, it's faster.
So it doesn't use otherwise 10-minute average data for.
No, but everything is scaled down coherently. So these are scale models of the reference multi-megawatt wind turbine. So the turbines, although they are small, so they cannot really produce exactly what the full-scale turbine does, they are realistic because the TSR of optimal CP is the same of reference machines. Essentially, the shape of the power and thrust curves is the same as a reference machine. Simply, the CP is lower than a full-scale machine because of Reynolds effect. All the rest is scaled coherently. Also, time is scaled coherently. So everything is kind of quite realistic. So we have a lot of these that we can share. So we have results without wind farm control, with wind farm control. We can also provide a purely data-driven model that you could use in conjunction with your wind farm controller and use it as a sort of plant model of the experiment. In addition to this, we also have extensive measurements of the flow generated in the wind tunnel. Again, here you see the setup at the inlet. These are spires that generate big turbulence eddies in the flow. As shown here, these break down and generate a shear and turbulent flow that becomes the input. I apologize for this flickering movies or slides here. They become the inlet to the turbines. We have also extensive LES simulations that could be provided also. And finally, I just want to highlight that we have also many different setups in terms of wind speed, turbulence intensity, spacing of the turbines, both longitudinal spacing and lateral spacing of the turbines, with wake steering and without wake steering. And we have extensive measurements of the wakes performed with hot wire probes at different locations. In this case, you see 11 cut planes behind these 3 wake interacting turbines. So this could be used again for tuning of wake models and from the engineering wake models to the more sophisticated wake models. So all this could be shared, including models of the turbines to be used for simulations.
Thanks. Good. Anyway, as no one else has any slides anyway, this is where we do a good old style discussion again. And the main point, I think, is here: what are the available data sets, and how do we actually cut a benchmarking exercise out of it? And what is it exactly that we compare to? What is it we calculate, and what do we compare to? And that's the point where I'm a bit sketchy so far. I know that especially CL WindCon had quite a number of results and has also the Zedini experiment. And I don't know how much of that actually can. I don't know how much of that actually can be shared.
I don't know if the for the wind farm, this is still ongoing. This discussion with the partners. This is going to be.
For each CT groups and available discussion, but I'm not very
I have to say, when we wrote this, my main idea was that we had some exercise, a bit like wake bench, where we had a lot of different wake models and compared them, and then just showing one model against the others, that showed a bit of how uncertain or how, what's the bandwidth between different models, and also had a couple of models that simply had implementation problems, so they could figure out, okay, this is not exactly right, but from there to actually find a good thing to benchmark in a wind farm control setup might be a bit more difficult. Because obviously you can't really test the control against some existing data set where you don't really have an where you can't control your own controls, so to speak. So you can just recalculate what's happening, but maybe that's good enough. Yeah.
But now that you mentioned the wake bench, I think that's ongoing now, and probably the Swift facility. I think that has been cumbersome. Now 30 installments for them, but it's not a good job recording. It's not so easy to have these things. But right now we're just looking at a single turbine, but the intention, as far as I understand, but that is to then move on to some of the jaw. But because it's been cumbersome, the third installment, we want to take steps to build on top. So first, we just want to compare with our comparable for just normal operation.
So what exactly is that benchmark then comparing?
Right now, it's comparing the stability, but normal operation, either neutral, unstable, and stable. So comparing both the turbine operation with the load and power, as well as the waste price.
Okay. And who is in there? Who's participating in that benchmark?
It's under IEA, so I think. I think there's like 10 or 12 countries. It's coordinated by foreign.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so everything will be available publicly and also turbine. I mean, they perform ongoing things. So I guess there's a question that the pipe. So you have to build. That I'm not sure. It would want more interesting if we would have like a couple of years. I agree. But that's what we do. Again, the control between those, I mean, you're not going to control the farm. You're never going to have feedback anyway. So if there's a farm that is, you get started, and the turbine that's lost, it's lost. And you incorporate so, for instance, the data from most of it will be more, but
how long was the normal person period of
Like we started recording 1x data from December 2015. It's almost 4 years of data, but as I said, there are like sometimes long periods of no data or not that quality. So maybe
aggregated, even with a loss of data and so on, you would still have something to do with it.
Yeah.
To remind me again, the test where you have data, then in the intermediate phase, that was having a fixed Johannes line.
Yeah. For now, it was all the test we did was a fixed Johannes alignment. The second test campaign, it was during 1.5 months of fixed Johannes alignment. The new campaign we want to launch is more or less the same campaign as was presented by the next era energy resources. So,
so my feeling is a bit here. We're trying to benchmark real data against model predictions for weight control. There's not really data out yet that you could use. And maybe it might be a better starting point to really look at the different forecasts of models, trying to have the perfect implementation of active weight control included. Normal operation was the other one, because I think there you get so many different numbers in terms of what the upside could be that I think it would be interesting just to see which conclusions our models and then we have to try to generate a data set that can tell you where you can get in reality. Understand where the deviations come from. Unless you use data which was generated in the wind tunnel. We tried to reproduce this one, but I'm not sure how well things align between wind tunnel and reality.
Tunnel is a wind tunnel.
More perfect, I guess. It's just, I think, more perfect than reality, which might make things easier.
Yeah, the beauty is that you have very good knowledge of what is going on. So you know exactly what your inflow was.
You can control the environment.
Yeah, you know the environment. But of course, it's not exactly reality. So I have a suggestion that goes a little bit in the direction of what you just said. So we did some time ago a study where we took SCADA data from an existing wind farm. In this case, these were 12 turbines in north of Germany. So here you see the SCADA data and these gray dots. This is power output versus wind direction. And then basically we looked at how well we are able to predict those power outputs based on lake models. And we used our own, but of course everybody could do something similar. So this could then tell us, for example, whether we are able and with what accuracy and what scatter we have in the various models in predicting the weighted facts in a real wind farm. And of course, the more data you have, the better it is. Then, based on this, we do some kind of perfect implementation. So we compute what is the optimum misalignment of the turbines for each wind direction in which wind speed and turbulence intensity, whatever. And then we predict what would be the improvement in power output. So essentially, we do a sort of pre-analysis to see what would be the benefit for that specific wind farm. So this would again be able to tell us what kind of spread we have in our predictions. It doesn't require any kind of real implementation. We just use historical data, and if we're able to do an exercise like this on maybe 2 or 3, 4 different scenarios, which could be your case, could be kind of test data. Maybe we can also ask if we can share this information with you. Also, this is also maybe possible. Maybe we can find some other representative case. This is simply based on a layout, simple knowledge of the turbines, and a couple of years of, in this case, 1 year of SCADA. Very, very simple, but still, I think it would tell us a lot about, what kind of what is the scatter in our predictions. Also, the existing situation without controls, and what is the potential benefit with controls. I think it's very much what you said.
Yeah, then use different tools for this and see how the results
and we compare.
Disagree.
Exactly.
And then you might realize that maybe they don't disagree, which would be excellent.
Exactly. Or we have a lot of scatter, so I predict 2% and somebody else predicts 20%. And so again, I think I would like to connect back to what we said before to make this a bit interesting and meaningful. It would be very nice to see very different situations. So maybe an offshore wind farm with large spacing, or this is a typical German, north of Germany wind farm with very close spacing, a lot of close interactions among turbines.
That considered purely wake steering. No induction control.
Yeah, but again, it could be done based on whatever you want. I mean, this is simply because we want to use wake steering. This should not be limited to it. Use whatever combination of controls you want. I think we have enough SCADA data for the Sedini farm. Yeah. So in that case, we could do something for Sedini. Again, it doesn't require any very detailed information, because for this, you just need basic information, dimension, layout, and SCADA data. I think this could be shared.
Yeah, they want.
Again, we could already have maybe 2 or 3 different data sets.
The advantage that, like of the data was being, as always, when you look at the data, to feed the data, you can find outliers, like wind direction, to be able to do proper direction. Already done this kind of exactly. So this is also when you share with them, this should be done say by group, sharing information, not be done by farm.
I think it's very problem specific. Because sometimes you have jumps in the walls,
this should be done by who owns the data, or know very well that remains the problems.
Yeah.
Basically, you know, whether at that site. So if you do an answer or a historical answer wind farm, coupled with that, you are 5 your 5 is basically, you know, you can get what kind of revenues better to look for. That's why they say here.
What would we get from doing this? And
I think it's like one of the circuits that we will have is like
because you would need a larger inflow condition than just the measurements on site, of course.
Also maybe in terms of certification in particular, I'm not sure you would always have to correct them.
I think this also increases the level of complexity of the exercise, which should be kept to something with resources and time that we have. And then I think it's also super common depending. For example, in the Sept part, we're seeing that the driving errors on certain things are coming from photographic. Those are automatic. Since we have a pretty large domain, and it's a pretty complex terrain conditions, also interpretation and so on, that's adding error. More than long-term effects, with the orography, the local orography is done. You can maybe pick some of those effects also by looking at other data. So pick at least some of the driving effects.
So it's not offshore.
This is onshore. So Slovenia is in the north of Slovenia. Very complicated terrain.
Because apart from the order, doing neutral simulations would be totally not relevant. That's neutral certification. We have a chemistry provider, not on the measurement period, but 1 month. 2 months. Yeah, we do. So at some point, where the mass is semi-chemical reactors, the measurement period is only 2 months.
Use the reference data in the project.
Right, we do that? Yeah. We use this data, let's say. We're using the same thing. Use what data? Mirror to yeah, we have created one of other process to use. So check the
the total control data set. might be another potential, but I'm not quite sure whether we can get access to the scatter data for everyone.
So that would be asking for us.
Asking what?
Yeah, that would be go. Because we also have to respect the pointer. The data that we have there.
Yeah.
Can we clarify why I think Gregor has also the slide bar data that that's great. They not on site, but they go. Yeah, but nothing historical.
No, they started about a month ago now.
Right.
But by the time they get that. And you have to store it in that one for about 7 months. So again, these are all for normal operations. So the idea is to pretty much do what Great French is doing on different systems.
Looks like. I mean, we can't really have any online controller implemented in some wind farm, and even if we had, everyone's controller would be different. So we can't have one data set being measured and then compare everyone on it, because you couldn't really do that. You'd have to have the same control inputs at all the turbines at the same time for all the different controllers, which is the point of not having that, because you're having different people doing that controller. So what you can do is compare some data, and I'm not sure exactly which data and where, in normal operation. Then maybe also have the loads there in normal operation. And if you're really lucky, you also get some wake steered data that you then also can try to reanalyze and compare.
Obviously, then the question is, well, the point of doing this, if this is already done quickly.
And then, yeah, and then we could go for something like Klaus suggested, going for then doing some own controller implementation on that test, on that subset of turbines, and see where all the different groups are getting with their own controller implementation. What kind of gains we can actually get from.
Then you wouldn't really need SCADA data, because all you would need is the data of the wind farm setup. For onshore wind farms, I guess you would need the topography, and you would need the wind distribution data.
No, but I think unless you do, as I just showed, I mean, it's difficult to prove that what it makes sense. I mean, if you're not able to predict recently historical SCADA data without the reflection or whatever strategy you forget about. So what I showed, I think, is what we did just to go in exactly in this direction. So we show the capability of predicting historical data based on current implementation of the controllers on board the turbines. And then you see from there what you can predict in terms of potential improvements by using
So to my understanding, the models for the yield prediction are more or less established because they are accepted by banks for financing
Yes, I mean,
but
you
not
have to be careful again, because I mean, the minute you go in, for example, a slightly different approach, so you have closed space, or the minute you go in a complex terrain condition, then you can start seeing very large discrepancies. So I think you should show, how well you are able to capture those effects. Otherwise, I mean, whatever predictions we do are
It's also the case that for the banks, you need a 1-year assessment. So you need an average effect, and that is easier for the wake models than to have a real-time flow of the wake that you then try to predict.
So
for individual wakes.
They level out a little bit.
Yeah. Over time and over space and.
Obviously, if you have complex terrain effects in the wake models, think for that wake model as well. It's going to go all over the place. It's not going to be very accurate, but okay. That's what I over the go. So what's the point? No, I mean, like, if this is sent into the wake model, like the forest model, that doesn't have complexity.
I'm not saying that you want to complex terrains. I'm saying that if you go to an exercise, this exercise should be broad. So it should look at a few situations. Don't look at one single network. I don't know whether we'll be able to draw any kind of neutral conclusion.
But I also wonder how many different models do you want.
So that is so far and maybe if it is a different talk about metrics, so are we planning to see the reduction in the rate of now? Or what else will do? Because we have the work for then you can also do some more. Well, the thing is for the control, if I'm hearing right, we only have one. Can you say this?
Oh, no, I don't know, but it's cool that we know.
So that we know, we can use push up. Right? That's what I'm doing. So one data available for the FarmConners so far with the experience and present for the system. And that's an also. So if you want to test the remote capabilities in terms of load and power, just like how you can go for big, small wind farm, large wind farm, one onshore exercise. And the onshore exercise can already be the normal operation from SMARTEOLE.
I understand even a data set that contains the simply the power outputs of an operation wind farm would be nice to have, because you could use it for validation of your models. Even I think it was just a 6-week period. I think something I could try to ask our operational people if there's anything we would be willing to share, just to allow such benchmarking. I can't promise anything. Maybe that would give a view on this one.
The question what I understood is that most of the data sets are so that you don't have SCADA data and the IEC compliant with most data. You calculate all of the necessary conditions that you need. That's something would be ideal your data set.
Of course, it would be better if you have us. If you don't, there are ways to try to come up with reasonable estimates.
But I can just did with a reforecast based data.
And we have enough floating time.
But I think in the future you won't have the luxury of having this data, so possibly trying to find ways of avoiding this problem does make sense as well. But I guess that's some takeaway. We could do this and then see if we could make some bits of data available at least, and then it would just short intervals of time. I understand also, we would assume that the amount of funding which is in FarmConners might not be sufficient to run huge campaigns of number crunching. to look at all different scenarios. But if you were able to set up something as open access for this benchmarking purpose, that would really be some achievement.
Yeah.
And I would like to answer that, because project types have many different scenarios, but learning from experience, mainly from WakeTech, we have too many data sets, too many sub-benchmarks to essentially end up diluting it, because people do not have the resources or time to submit results for all data sets. And then you can sort of benchmark your own model, but if we're talking about benchmarking and creating confidence in our modeling capability to banks and industry, then we need to have many people that show that we can replicate these data.
Why don't we make something from the research gaps that we are going to create, make a priority, take some priorities in that, and try to solve what we see as the most urgent thing or most important thing, and showing that we are developing the technology to having such a type of benchmarks, and the example is addressing this priority. So you make something kind of as a methodology general, but you apply only to one of the hottest points right. Okay.
What I can say here, what I can see here is common benchmark individual results has 3 months each for DTU, TU München, KU Leuven, CNR, Delft, Forwind, and 1 month for DNVGL, which I'm not sure what that was supposed to be used for. But thanks.
So you have a lot of fun. There's actually a lot of fun.
Exactly. So for 3 months, you should be able to get 2 or 3 wind farms pretty much in detail calculated.
And I think the main outcome from the gap analysis was partly one is AAP. So if you leave away the loads, then you leave away, I think, 70% of the work. You understand, Nick? Because I think that the loads is quite tricky, because you might not have the models for each turbine. But I think the AP part is the easier one. I think that the rotor is.
I think at least for one better 2 of the benchmarks, we should look into loads too, because that was one of the research gaps that we have, and one especially of the uncertainties in the research part that we have, whether we can actually replicate loads. And it's also been one of the points of contention. If you go to a site owner and ask for permission, then the loads need to be reasonably well established beforehand.
Currently we're defining benchmark of just using the data set to validate that the model can predict the business as usual case. So we don't have a data set for active flight control yet, to my knowledge, except for limited data sets for 2 turbine interaction, which is I think not able to illustrate the value proposal in full. So I think in order to understand the portfolio proposal, you need to look at full-size wind farm. So maybe that's also a way how to differentiate a little bit for the energy question. You look at the entire wind farm. For the loads, you might focus on the most affected turbines to make sure that they're doing okay.
Yeah.
And if one turbine happens, it's like benchmarking one mistake. The point making is that the full model doesn't look to be flat. Your safety path. So we should be careful that we're not over fixating on, how far is the rate exactly deviating from comparing that, I mean, it's only that means a small center. Actually, the part of the question is to what extent are you able to fit the data with the model? Given simple feedback. And you should think about rules about that, because also if data is missing, the profile of the intensity. I don't know.
That problem is you had, for example, the concept of the business. Like it's a very nice, everybody knows how to do it. It's a very nice fun, setting up the one, but you don't have any evidence how this works with it. But even try to replicate that with this exam. But then in the end, the wind farms with the control data set you have is the Sept, small turbines, small farms. And some bigger turbines, that would be the one. And if you can get something from city, that's also an even bigger wind farm. So in some you have to negotiate, and mountain parks is but one experiment but at least for the AP differences, that is not it would be like for the 40. It might be like a
and maybe that's the main difference with rate bench, where you have all the inflow data and you name it. This is about control, so we have to do with the measurements that we have. So Carlo was saying that use the measurements that the turbines have that you also can use for control. So also the model should be fitted on the data that we have from the turbines, and not data that is not always there. I think that's the big difference in rate bench. And I also agree with Johan that you can look at the fit, but that's only one part. I mean, it is part of the closed loop scheme somehow. How accurate should it be, right? We also the correction of the testing data. So I think that is also important to do. So I like the approach of Carlo that you have scalar data, which you always can use also in the system.
Talking about scalar data, I would like to point out also that there are a couple of interesting data sets available. These are data sets made available by Ørsted Offshore Wind. These are two offshore wind farms, Anholt and westernmost Sept. These are both 2-year 10-minute scatter data with wind speed, power, rotor speed, your position, pitch angle, and wave point data, ground-based LiDAR data. And this data is available for research-based projects. So you have to apply. We did apply in the past and we got it.
But it's 10-minute data. Is that good enough? It is 10-minute data. Is that good enough?
The results that I showed you before on my slide, those are based on 10-minute scatter data. I mean, in most cases, that's what you have. So
I think this is because Anholt is a big wind farm. It's one of the newer wind farms, so we're not working with the old stuff. I like that. I also like, I mean, reconsidering the fact that we only use like real data that's available. So it is actually maybe a good idea.
Anholt, of course, is a layout that is very, very special. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's probably more modern, but not very suitable for best results in active weight control, I would think.
No, that's just one straight line and everything else is curved. And it's a layout that is not going to happen again like that.
Effects like, well, of course, yeah, that's true. But that's
there's also this other one, the westernmost
the radars, yeah.
It's also very near shore in the northeast of England.
Yeah, it's near shore, but it comes from the Atlantic. So it's more
predominant wind direction, but yeah.
Square wind farm the whole.
Again, in the end, I mean, I believe that we can do everything. Maybe I can get an offshore wind farm and onshore wind farm.
If you do this, we need to very precisely define. Then, because we are going to do some kind of model, that we define what exactly we're allowed to do, what not.
Well, you put out the data set, and you only can use what's in the data set.
I mean, the goal is to match some power. In this case, we don't have loads.
No, I know, but I think like in the market, rules of the game, because essentially, obviously, you fit a bias on every global output, you can perfectly match data.
But I mean, you could say, I take 1 year of data and I use it for whatever tuning, and then I show that I look what happens in a second. You know, that's what you're doing in the data set, and then use one for training, the other one for validation.
And that would not really reflect the idea that in the control model, you get feedback. It would be nice if you could in some kind of way get that feedback part of the story, so that in a sense it's not different from the classical way. Yeah, that's not possible.
Then you have to do simulation, then you also have to control the fact that scale it over. That's something you cannot.
What you can do is make ones that have predicted things.
And that's the conclusion control. Because then you have a moving horizon basically your data. So I take the model and with the data that you have and make prediction. Quantify the quality of the prediction. So that's something you can do with the data that's provided.
Well, we cannot do that with the average.
It depends on the model that you use for that, right? I mean, if you use state models, you do it like that, maybe. If you go for dynamic models, then it's not possible. So if you go for 10-minute average, then you're stuck with state model.
So that would point towards having at least one of the cases that we have higher resolution or higher time resolution data.
Yeah, it also depends on what kind of models you want.
Can I go back to the benchmarking topic once again? Just realizing one potential issue. Well, I would like to understand the potential benefits of active rate control. I usually would refer to a typical annual result to compare. And in order to do so, I would have to come with a typical long-term wind resource for any site, including even the blockage effects that are around there because of already existing other sites to start with, which is a different approach when I start any benchmarking based on SCADA data for a certain period of time. That would also give me maybe some benchmark, but it wouldn't give me the average year-by-year overall picture. So I think from an investor point of view, I think I would take an interest on the annual expected benefit of it, rather than being able to have a KPI that shows me how good the model is. But the customer for wind farm control, I think he would like to know in the end, what does it mean for a wind farm? I think the data set to start with would be more of the long-term wind view, and be it on statistical monthly averages or 10-minute averages or 1 second high resolution values.
flexible.
Sure, but then still the time scale is important because if it says it takes 10 minutes, then I do and more dynamic, like 10 seconds or 1 minute, whatever, then I also agree. But if you talk about a month, the average data over a month, I don't know what we can do.
So I think if that doesn't really work, so I think 10 minutes would be practical. I think also when we look at long-term resource data, I think typically can break them down into 10-minute data. Or I have no idea. I have to admit, if you have a model where you start with a five-rule distribution or something, I think there's tools also to break that down into again how the wind most likely would have looked in the first place. Or I have to admit, I'm not sure what went into the simulations that had been carried out as part of wind farm control. But typically, you look at that from the long-term perspective.
I don't know. I mean, we didn't do it because basically the integration of the steady state model all the time.
Yep.
And I understand the story. We just want to have a log measurement over a year, which is realistic.
A representative measurement, yeah.
But then still, you need samples every 10 minutes.
Yeah, to calculate that is you need at least 10-minute resolution, if not better.
I guess ultimately comes to the same state. So it doesn't go for the definitely not same state. Exactly.
Not on the wind, I guess, at least.
The winds, like in big wind farms, it will not be the wind farm.
So I think what we're looking at is the overall idea of Carlo to have some scatter data for tuning and verifying that the normal state is actually reflected reasonably well. And then it could also be that some of the models that predict more or less gain or have a better controller behavior don't actually need to be the ones that are most accurate in reflecting the normal behavior. That could also be an interesting result. And then it would be about having a good set of models running the, figuring out the improvement in a metric that probably could be called wake loss reduction. But should also include loads in some cases, at least.
Yeah, so if you look at the approach of Carlo, I think it's fine as something you can do with steady state models, but then you also assume that based on your steady state model, you compute the potential, but that's not never going to be the real potential, right? I mean, the reality is always going to be different. So, and especially if you then go for control, adapting your models of the data, then you need a simulator somehow. You need a simulator to also take control actions and see the effect. And that's the most important thing, I would say. So if you never close the loop or you never implement the optimal setting somewhere, so you don't generate new data, then everything still is
I'm afraid that's not possible in the scope for that.
And actually, you also create a dynamic simulator somehow. But in scope this project is difficult.
Exactly.
No, we can provide if you want, we can provide plus our income expense. We have a very few data-driven dynamic model that we provide that we produce as a plan. Implement the controller. That's nice because then you can also close the loop and then you can really say something about. Yeah, the question is whether how many loops here are exercise, which is kind of exercise. But on the other side, I'm saying if you create results like you propose, I'm not sure if they're really useful. I mean, if you fit a model and then you fully trust your model and don't implement it back, I mean, there's still a certain uncertainty. Yes, but I mean, being as Yvonne as somebody just said, I think we have to see what is feasible with this project. Of course, we cannot implement that's how it is. So either we do what I suggested, which is sort of open loop prediction of what is the potential. And then, of course, there will be a scatter of data, so there will be some large uncertainties, small uncertainties, I don't know. So at least there will be some sort of pre-assessment, which is option one. And I think it's probably all like several groups here, movies before. Option two, more sophisticated, you have to implement. So either you implement it in a super sophisticated MES environment, very expensive, I don't know how to do it. Or you do something else, and the only thing I can think of is the data-driven dynamic model that you can provide based on the house. Okay. But for me, that would be mine. I mean, again, there are questions. You have information.
We have to share the quite a bit of
Explaining the format and everything, but it's available and it can be available tomorrow. But
oh, exactly. That's more to say, but it's absolutely available. It's a thing that cannot be shared. So I would argue for, let's say, the more pragmatic approach. Let's start with data we have, do a calculation of data, and use different models to do a prediction of what you gain. We don't have any calculation of that. We could treat that in similar ways as, for instance, climate models by using climate change, where they also kind of make statistical analysis on what could be potentially the future. There's also no calibration possible in those situations, right? Well, it will be valid. It's always validated on the text, right? In this case, that's basically some kind of statistical analysis of all different results from the models and some invasion approach to predict the likelihood of how much wind energy control could gain you given this.
And then huge uncertainty.
Yeah. But I think also that's what would be interesting to understand what the ultimate maximum would be. A bit like the kernel efficiency or the best overall farm beds factor that you could have. First of all, your reference would be, what do I do if I have the heuristic standalone controller, just making sure the rotor is each time in the right direction, and then you would have the more sophisticated implementation of the perfect active wind controller doing perfect door steering according to each model, and then you would come up with a different figure. And you can see what difference does it make. And I think you would understand that you might not be able to harvest this amount, but this would be seen currently at least as the upper theoretic benchmark. And the question is then, so how can I tap into it? And I think there might be some simple ways of getting at least half of it or so if you have a less sophisticated, not quite so close loop approach to it, or you could spend more money doing more in-between modeling, trying to get the perfect outcome of it.
You get a great indication. I'm not saying that's the optimal one, because you already make assumptions in the signal process, because you already go to 10 minutes, and you assume that it's steady state. So then maybe you already throw away many options. But if you go for a steady state type approach, then indeed that would be your optimal. That's interesting. But I think one of the big questions of this project as well, saying, hey, why don't we implement this kind of thing? And if we then only have an upper bound, okay, that's the question, why don't we?
The question just should be implemented, because then if the outcome is the results that I trust is 0.01% gain or something, you say, oh, okay, I think we go back to understand the load aspect of better to see if there's still some remaining value, that you will understand that the AP increase might not be the driving factor. Because if you see there really is a X% potential AP gain, and I think the interest of harvesting this should be there, at least, then the implementation question and the realization question is more pressing. And if you say, okay, that was the simplistic approach using a stationary model, and like looking again at induction control in a dynamic way, we think, oh, maybe statically doesn't make sense, but dynamically it does multiply. You could try to figure out, so if I do it more complex, maybe I can push the bound up again due to the effects I haven't seen. You have to start somewhere.
Yeah. But I think these kind of calculations are already around. There are different papers. These numbers.
Yeah, but
then it comes back to the survey.
But none of these papers have compared different models on the same wind farm.
Yeah.
I think that's the new thing that we can contribute here.
Because in addition to this, if you do the calculation, look at the quality of the calculation, you can weigh the outcome of the optimization against the quality of the calculation. So you could do some material type of exercise on this kind of. So you get kind of like more statistical information, or maybe PDF of the effect that gains might be coming on. That's the model distributed data.
So might that be an idea to go what Kyle suggested a little bit as well? So you're using normal operation, let's say, to the and then maybe the first test is to see how they perform under control with business data and some data. And then maybe we are running an optimizer to see the potential gain. Certainly, like you boil it down to this.
I think that's the idea for now, isn't it?
One thing that the results of that not being perfect, that's the best in it forward. You will already, if you look at well, actually, that's a secondary steering effect that was pointed out by maybe a small increase of potential. And we did also modeling not the other fact as our current best estimate, ignoring dynamic effects.
And I guess exactly I think we have the classical static induction control that the isometrical. That's an exercise. The exercise on door is a very interesting exercise. Because much of the model do not include all the complexity of the door. Secondary steering, but also the curling, and then the effect of fear on that. And it's not even like I'm not sure how far forward is it right now, but it's I don't think we have that all in maybe in force, but not all.
So I think there are people also that one does happen. And the other thing is that you use the data that Carlo presented. They also don't look at misalignment. And I think misalignment, that is the data set. I think that's quite important. So if at least you have some young controller active, so data out there control. I think the strict data that has a misalignment, right? There is some. So if you can show that your model works on strict data, that would be more awesome. So I would prefer to use the strict data.
Or essentially,
we also have 1.5 months.
Yeah, so this kind of data is more information, because then you also show that the model can deal with misalignment. And I think that is important.
because I was also missing some of the model. But now we have these two data sets.
So that the three data sets that we currently have for misalignment / wake steering are the Swift data set, the SMV data set, and the Sedini. Is that right? And the Sedini is only coming up, has only really started now. So that would point for something that we should. Now the actual benchmark results would be much later. So we would have time to wait for Sedini if needed, or at least get half a year out of Sedini. Yeah, that's true. The benchmark should be launched at talk event. So that's mid of next year.
This simply presentation the results at the end of the
yeah, exactly.
Concept is great.
So then, yeah, so then we'd have three different data sets, but all three from onshore turbines.
Benchmark is launched at 4, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We have a need today to, or at least until the end of the month, to have a consensus on what exactly how we should look at the benchmark, and then we have a working group that defines all the details. And if the working group finds out that the consensus that we had is not workable, fine, then the consensus was wrong.
We are going to launch it in court, and then are we going to open it for also external participants? I'm thinking, for example, maybe if the farm might have a group that we have to attend involved. Because we can give it initial commissions without making so much data open, and then they can consider it and then publish all of the results together. I don't know what is like as data on this.
That's probably in here somewhere, and I would think that if we launch it at Talk, it only makes sense to launch it as a public thing, so that. Exactly, but that comes between the consensus and the actual launch.
Just one comment on one interest on my side for this benchmark is the derivation. Model I'm modeling interest of high data, what has data. For this derivation, kind of use 1 minute data, and of course let's standard for data and input product derivation. We make defaults of the data. But if the new data is okay, mistakes, okay, won't care about that's the data storage. Like this mentioned, that's one interest for me to compare the quality of the derivation of the different models using one single data or the data.
I think we don't talk about before that we not go less than 10 years, and we always have this dynamic control that is kind of opening up from the market. It's saying that we only look at benefit of more, so then we talk about dollars, the model from GPU and the model from VGL. There are basically a few models. One VGL approach is essentially the same
we basically focus on one model.
So that's also why I'm not here to support one model.
So I mean, if you can have data over 1 second, I think it would be extremely interesting also to look at other models, because people here around the table are developing dynamic models. So if that data can be available, I think that would be of interest also to see if there is a need to go to 1 second. And maybe then there is enough. But to have the data in this field and to analyze, I think that would be really important. It would be interesting. That's a clever shows. Yeah, and that's the efficacy.
I would also think that if you want to do online online implementation of a control model, then you need to have an inflow of sorts that's quicker than 10 minutes. If you need to have some sort of a feedback loop, and even if you control everything that's happening in the wind farm, then you need to have a reasonably fast inflow. And if everyone does that themselves, you don't get the same inflow. So there should be a common 1 second inflow for those cases. That could come from measurements, or it would need to be somehow once and for all calculated.
I agree with the data is very interesting, but it would be nice to have access to that also on the project in terms of the deliverables that we follow in this project. I'm not so sure that the dynamic models we're talking about are already on the level that.
But that's what we're trying to figure out here.
The control strategy, actual induction rate steering, and control design overlook static or closed loop dynamic. So if you go for 10 minutes, I mean that's open loop, and open loop is depends every 10 minutes the data. Then you go to lookup table, you increment that. I'm already wondering if 10 minutes is okay. I'm sure they now use it to do data. How much you average about those trips.
But also that is feedback.
No, but I mean if you then go back to 10 minutes, you can do nothing.
No, because also on the 10 minute model you can update the state based on.
But that's the point. I mean, if you don't have a history, every 10 minutes you get new data from, and then the next step would be the implementation of the EEA angle or whatever. And that's the start. CD is usually 1 minute, 1 minute steps. That's steady state models. We have a sort of quasi dynamic model which tries to make the steady state dynamic models. Doesn't obey manual states, but it gets the statistics right. And in a sense, that's what's important. There's the variation on faster transfers correctly. And if you get the right result, you can depending on how you get that dynamic faster stuff. If you get that right, then that's good enough. It's not quite as simple as that.
What is the trick to make it close enough? It wasn't
doesn't close the sense. It's measuring wind conditions at the turbines and using those to define their action. It's an open loop control. The new field is the same data plus stochastic noise. But the stochastic noise is shocking. That's in the right way. So it's like a plan. Realistic. High frequency stuff. We haven't measured that stuff, so we can't.
Right, but say the variance introduced to that is quite a stable just if you take a random process where you don't go any time information from, then the best thing you can do is take the mean of the estimate. And you just shoot those ads normally, even though you don't have the spatial structure, it's going to be worse than just taking the mean of it. Increasing the value of the amount.
So what we do is we run simulations with different nodes with the same mean values. And then we look at the results over time and compare those measured results. And each simulation uses a different result, which on average you get the right result. That's what we do. Because every time you run this experiment, you get different things. Because it's what you do. On average, you get the right result.
Yeah, you want to look at it. So it's nice if you sophisticated and don't expect developers to probably don't want developers to approach you all the time and say, oh, this. So the issue is getting some results from steady state models that use the development base.
After I've been spoken with people in the field that support this. So I understand, I see a need for steady state models. I don't know. I mean, you can also kill these kind of things by saying let's ignore the dynamic information, because if you don't understand, so the steady state is basically restoring the dynamics. You don't see it anymore, it's squeezing it down. So suddenly it doesn't work, right? The steady state model. And the conclusion can be wind farm control doesn't work. But then you want to go, hey, maybe I missed something. I missed something in my data. So at least you want to have access to the high frequency data to see what's in there. Because otherwise you destroy the information. And at the end, I understand for a business case, you want to look at high level data. For the researchers and for others, yes, because they're high.
No, but remember, I follow you. But let's say if we look at a steady state model, then we do the exercise of the steady state model. The steady state model say that the gain is, I don't know, X%. Then given the state of the art of the current steady state model, there is some trust that we can do. With my life, but I think the dynamic models, they are much less developed at this point. So if you just use the dynamic model the same way and just report it go the same way, you say this is 6%, then I would not be so very sure that it is not 10 times 6% or less. You know, I would not so I think that where we are in terms of dynamic models, it's not so far yet. So having jumped out in the past of measurement data and stuff like that. That's my expectation. So I'm not saying that we should not do that exercise, but the results cannot be the same as the result. But the study models can say this is what we expect, that maybe you could use the study control, and then we can say, like, you know, with dynamic control, maybe we can do more, but I don't think we will be able to quantify that accurately.
I'm not talking about the control, I'm just talking about measurements, what's going on. So it just makes sense if you can do that. So maybe at some point there is a trend change and you want to remove that data from the data set. And if you make this average, then you cannot remove the data from the data. So if you look at correlation in the data, and then afterwards you can do that. You can do that with the data and the deviation from the data and say, well, there was variation. So my guess of the Sabine experiments is that they measure the wind direction and then they adjust their control set. And I think it's in 5 minutes or 10 minutes that they do that. So that means set the control bandwidth is 5 to 10 minutes. So that means that if you want to do the controller, then you have to sample 10 times faster. That's to see the data. So that means that they go back to 1 minute. So then for this baseline steady state controller, you already have 31. And then you only do a 10-minute data. I think you're pushing data, and I think there's also a good thing. Also for induction control, we look at every minute of data and we make decisions at 10 minutes. We actually make update sections every minute. We're using data which is something related to yeah, I think much longer than 10 minutes, much longer than 1 minute. Is the mistake. And it's important to look at the Sept and if you just take an average, if you say you lose information, so if you have a controller which is maybe things, which is better half the time, worse half the time, but if your weight model is kind of wrong half the time, and the other way, and then on average, your weight model is right over the minutes. But your controller actually is always wrong, and it makes it worse. So you do need to look at the past. So I think that can also be concluded. So I'm not the only one thinking that it's faster. And that has to do with implementation.
Just comment at the end on the test we are doing right now, because we are not taking directly the results from police. There's manual work to analyze those just look at table directly given by the police and to adapt this to what the controller provided. For now, this is now manually by writing the result of police. Something just big value, of course, to be able to make that step between what gives us the right form.
Okay, so I guess the next point is that we put down a working group. It sounds like we have some sort of an agreement on what kind the benchmark should be. Do we have an agreement on what the metrics should be, what we compare in the end? Is that the improvement in AEP for some wind directions and for the total wind farm and possibly some loads? So wake loss reduction?
And also that would hold for one direction or integrated overall directions and all wind speeds.
Yeah.
I think usually you would have to run these calculations based on directions and wind speed and summed up.
Yeah.
So we should validate the individual directions, the wind speeds, not the annual temperature.
Yeah, both.
Both,
So I think that the graph that Carlo showed us was exercise made. So for every wind speed, for every direction that's on the gate, and that happens up in the total thing of one from the right.
Yeah, absolutely, because you can just have all the statistics of the side, that direction, everything, and then you must be something like that.
But then some wind speeds combine the direction.
Absolutely, yes, yes. You have gains essentially when you have weight interactions. You get narrow layer, and you make it over 1 year. So locally engagement. The important thing is to get a local variation of relativity, because integrating your view is interesting to validate.
No, but you do want to know enough.
Not really enough, but that's not interesting to validate. Otherwise, you get long somewhere else is doing it. So that's why you have to look at this power gain versus interaction or whatever.
But since so the benchmark that is talked about here is not actually wind farm control benchmark or wind farm flow model benchmark. So maybe the first thing should be the metric should be how close we get on to actually predicting the data, but you have no ground truth on energy gain. So you're fitting a model and then you extrapolate it. And that's the point, right? So the first metric must be how well does the model fit, and then the extrapolation, because it seems like you won't have much data with actually, for instance, enormous alignment. You won't know if the gradient in your model, how the enormous alignment is very crudely is correct. So the gain is very theoretical. So I think that the most fair thing to be say how accurate is your model. Then you can do prediction, and that's an interesting result in the sense that you might be able to gain this, but you're not actually benchmarking the gain.
Yes, in fact, you're right. And in reality, we can check a little bit also what happens in the user line, because we have on the data sets, we have the Swift data sets, so we'll be able to verify performance in the model in this non-resolution. So in this sense, the prediction of the power gain will not be completely.
No, in those cases, you're right, but it would still not be actually a wind farm control benchmark if you are model.
That's what we can use here.
Well, we have a.
It's implemented on your wind farm.
You could say we have a flow model benchmark and a control model comparison.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, if you look at step number 2 of the control design, there is no activities addressing that. At least in discuss.
No,
so it's fair enough. That's how it is, but beware what put the right label on this.
But there are ways in between. So what you have to do is look at prediction capability. So if you think about estimators, then you always know your data, and then you predict 10 steps ahead or 10 samples ahead. Look at the performance. I mean, that's what the control engineers want to see. How they can predict the upcoming period. And then you again use the past data to tune the model, right? Step forward. I mean, you know this kind of concepts.
Sure, but that's not what's being discussed.
No, but I think that is interesting from a control point of view. And it doesn't matter which time scale it is. It is more using the data to update your models and make predictions. And that's how it's fully implemented. Yeah. That's separate. And then we really look at how you do the model for control.
That is really cosmos on that.
No, it doesn't have to be dynamic. It has to just slow it down general conditions. No. I mean, I don't have to do feedback. I just like I'm just using the data, and I use the past data and use my model. And then I get new data in again. I just my model.
It's steady state model. I agree with you, but it's one from the context of I use steady state model and make that assumption. And you just have to put a state, and that's the steady state. And next time something you steady state.
Yeah, that I think I agree with that. I mean, then we're not going to control anything data. And we can have right now, and then we can control.
That's what's if you can do something like situation, right? If you have your model, you have your basically ability. You want to do the open approach. You use, for instance,
take the model, change it, and straight boundary. But now you're only control assuming they don't actually know the same boundary conditions you get anyway. If you close the loop around it, you will see a lot of things. So that will be very synthetic, but that will at least be a thing like the control set. If you find two of them. So the time for this, or you wish to do this.
Well, I think another point that we should say is that when you were saying control design over there, you were hoping there will be more interaction with the demo. And in the demo project, there's a demonstration of the control concept. So you're hoping that the decisions or the benchmark or what you would like to see from controller would be part of this consensus. And then we can go back and put that in the demo project. But that was the first thing. The timelines you cannot really control. But I think a good idea to maybe state as not necessarily a must have for this project, but nice to have maybe an environment or something like that. Try some of the other things. If we end up having something in the project. But not having the time doesn't mean that they're not. I guess we're starting to talk about a little bit better.
I think understanding at least a little bit better the advantages and disadvantages of the different control design options would be helpful. Normally look at some words, I think I have some interpretation, but especially for more advanced ones, I'm not sure if I fully understand what they do differently, what the added complexity would be.
Okay, I mean, then look at the state of the art again and go back to the original paper. So come and understand what the state of the art. I mean, those terms here are already around papers and field testing or internal testing. But then there's indeed a gap. And there's a gap between what we know in academia. I mean,
when they say closed loop, and I still struggle with how you obtain the feedback to the controller that you require. So there must be some sensor. And then is it clear how you would close the loop? Or?
Yeah, there are many ways on how to do that. And I mean, that is the most simple thing that you take power measurements and feed that back to your model, and you adjust your model and you make new inputs. That can be really, really slow using forest model, but it can be really fast using dynamic model. I understand that really fast, far away from implementation. And maybe you don't go there. It's nice from an academic point of view. Maybe you'll figure something out which will be interesting 10, 20 years. But already dealing with uncertainty in your models, compensating for things that you don't know with data, that's already closed loop. And in reality, I mean, we're doing that already in the field testing. I mean, there is already some kind of feedback. And you can make it really fancy, and you make it really fancy, and you go to Johan with his LES and MPC stuff, and you see all the dynamic effects. But that's, of course, something you cannot get infinite. It's interesting to see. And that's what we want to do as researchers, to see, hey, well, what's there 20 years from now.
And how many turbines do we need to run the cluster?
Yeah, but I mean, it was not. Well, but you can say it's not realistic, but I mean, look back 20 years ago, we all thought that wind farm control was not going to make it. 5 years ago, we made a couple of steps. Think about kite power.
Yeah.
5 years back, nobody used kite power. So we can kill basically new ideas, but hey, we should also that's great. People go and explore. And of course, then the low-hanging fruits will all go through. And then hopefully later on there will be new low-hanging fruits.
Yep.
The final part or the final step prior to commercialization. So I guess this is a space to use testing, but then focus in the project for tokens that can be more easily transferred to market.
Sure.
So, given the idea and what I guess the people that are paying us for this.
Yes. Well, I agree that if you listen to what the ENGIE is saying, I mean, it's not a dynamic, it's something different. And that's already important. And that's already sometimes steady state, but steady state.
Okay, so the next step is to set down a working group. Luckily, that's very easy because SINTEF had to leave, so we just can put the work on them. Now she'll come back. Currently, she needs to give a talk down at the ERA thing. And then I could easily hear that Carlo is going to be in that group as well, for defining the benchmark. And there's a number of people already put down here. Carlo is the only one that doesn't appear in the list of those groups, but some input might be possible anyway. All right. See you. Because then we can just go for a coffee break again. I think that was a good discussion here.
Platform, yeah, where you discuss it today so much.
I'm not even sure whether we need lots of platforms or whether we just align with what's out there already. I mean, one of the new ones is the Sharepoint platform, which is a common ERA platform for sharing wind-related data in all kinds of forms and shapes. And then that platform would also have a proper metadata alignment and cataloged and so have all the installments of fair data.
So maybe it could be an option to link the platform to our data.
Yeah, exactly. Maria is also part of that, so she's also interested in getting that kind of data.
Because yeah, it's quite important for us to know the target. Because for now, all the data is not really ordered in the database. It's pretty messy. So if we know target, we can organize it accordingly. Target would be talk, right? For preparing the data. If we open the benchmark website at talk.
At talk, we should have everything ready, and also maybe have one of the first partners here have gone through the exercise once, just to show that it's actually possible. So that leaves sort of the rest of the year. Plus, well, now talk is in June, May. So that's
I'm in the meeting.
Okay. See you
next time. We will stay in touch.
Yeah. Good.
Thank you.
Have a safe trip.
So maybe within a few hours there, the meeting. We also have to talk about the 1.5, the deliverable,
yeah.
the 1.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I think found that now.
Yeah, I remember having seen that at some version of the manual SharePoint, and I discussed that with you, and we at first one said that it would be more or less the same as what we were writing for SMARTEOLE. But now that I'm reading that, there might also be some inputs from CFD, LES, and internet testing, on which I definitely do not have inputs.
But then you can talk to the right people in here in this consortium to come with input. And then you can enlarge the paper that you have already, or
more like a
shape that properly.
Report. Yeah. Or we did our field test. I don't know to what extent it's sufficient for what is expected by European Commission.
The European Commission will be happy with everything that's covered in the in the description of work, and the description of work is only really those few lines.
So kind of reassuring. After 3 campaigns, we start to have some feedbacks of what to do and what not to do.
We can find this information. But yeah, I think I should ask Maria.
Share with
I mean, it's really that the commitment is low. I think we have no problem. I think it's much more when we sign up for a project that has digital work package against us. And then we're not sure if within those 3 or 4 years of time the project is, we keep the same view on this topic. We get the same people still in our teams. That's the same tricky experience with sometimes strategy, and that's in fact where we have to put the forces. So the long-term planning with regard to so it's much easier either to focus on and say this is a must, or this is nice about it, but I don't use also I won't get my hand without but as long as I'm able to willing to contribute to the program, that I can also take some of that. And also projects where we need to live with, not receiving anything for learning, it's also one little bit we just merger people, so I think we'll deal a little bit more with us ourselves in the next I guess half year 2 years or not sure how about that. Still, I can't really foresee the outcome of the I will be in charge of that topic because I think that might change. I mean, I send it's not letting me up in the list, I think.
You have access to this one. It's more related.
Everything that is in here should be in all the documents that are available. This is more describable. One.
On these development projects and Excel.
So it sounds like we go from here tomorrow next week. That's all. Like finding what we're doing, and then from there know what we're doing. Do some experiences.
That's what we do. It's something that
No, just like
data use.
Yeah, that was another project. Because it's the exact same format, no, so it's just these two. So that's it. That's task. Yeah, I don't know. This is my first time. Seeing it from the start. We would have been that stuff, but I don't know.
All of these nothing.
Yeah, it's like yeah, minor companies. I think we continue investing in it.
Yeah, sorry. Let's get to yeah. Coffee.
Not such a big easy. It's still working. It will be good.
Yeah, set point of the bird would be to the last, and the good thing is that the transition is quite robust. Yeah, I think that's it. I really think yeah, but it was a lot of work, and the public is very good that they were moving for stronger.
It's absolutely fantastic. That's why you're hot. Kannst du mal? Okay.
Next time. Not really. It's kind of it exists. Yeah. Nice. Okay. And there should be inside this resource. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. If the situation would occur, I will definitely.
I'm also not on social control anymore.
No. Okay. Oh no, it's okay. All right.
So now I'm on business stuff.
Okay, then I'll continue. Anyway.
Yeah.
For some reason, my computer is extremely slow in opening stuff.
It's a great presentation.
No, it's also slow for really crappy presentations.
It's a pity that in Italian you can do this joke, but not in English. You can say big, una grande presentazione, una presentazione grande, two for different meanings.
Mm.
There was a reclam about this. Was a painter that went around with a big painter in his shoulder and by bicycle. And then someone stopped him. Where are you going? Because I have to paint a big house. You don't need a big painter. You need a great pencil. But you have also opened a lot of things there.
Yes, but that shouldn't be really too much for as PowerPoint, and I can close PowerPoint because I can open PowerPoint because it's blocked.
You don't already.
I switched that over to the OneDrive, and that doesn't have, that didn't help.
Ah, okay, that's fine.
OneDrive seems to always check whether you can access the original on the on the SharePoint that OneDrive is implemented on.
Okay, so yeah.
And then it needs the timeout before it takes the local copy.
Oh, but I was wondering what this OneDrive was doing. It's like the suitcase from the old Microsoft.
In a way.
Because you put everything there and then you put. But the suitcase was on local. So local, so you didn't have to check anything.
I'll call you in half an hour when it's open.
I can't go to sleep again.
Here's something. Yeah. TOEFL probably. Okay. Yeah. Frage from two.
I don't start from here.
Yes, you just start from wherever you're thinking.
Just we agree because I mean that's something that will be in this one.
Sure.
As long as we really know what you're doing. We've been
Tomorrow? Flying home tonight, and tomorrow is some work, and I'm flying to Oktoberfest. Just be pretty quiet. It's 2 weeks. So for me, it's 5 days, but I mean, we go out there about 5 or so. Anyway, it's not. Oktoberfest isn't really about drinking, not for the locals.
No, also just like
It's just a tourist speak. Get plastic.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Sempreviva, and I'm working at DTU, wind energy. I've been around in wind for 35 years, since '84. So now I'm working about open data and also about mobility. Because I've been a person, and my career has been built on mobility. So I've been mobilized between Italy and Denmark for 30 years before I jumped to Denmark, definitely. So, I mean, I think something that has been very, very helpful for me. So I really, after this, I will talk about mobility, and I really will ask you to consider this opportunity. And anyway, this is something that was not planned. Gregor asked me to give this presentation because I gave this to the IEA meeting last week. And this is about open data, but a special kind of open data, fair data. Who knows about fair data? No? Okay. Fair data is something from the Commission, the European Commission has established for the data which are funded by European Commission money. And that means fair means findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable data. Because the Commission kind of found out that all the data that were collected during the whole framework program, nobody knew where they were. I mean, everybody promised data, but I mean, where are the data? So they paid a study from a study group, expert group, and then they came out with this principle. It's not open data is still there because data should be findable, but they are not directly accessible. It's not that everybody can access data at once. But the data should be findable, should be visible, because then the community can think about, okay, this data, I need this data. Is there this data set or whatever available around? Then they can search for the data. When they search for the data will be findable, and then the owner can grant the access or not. I mean, it's up to the owner to do this. So, but at least the data can be reused, because actually the reusable is the goal. Because the data, if they are reused, so the data have multiple value, because it's not only the value of the data when the project, the investment for the project that took the data, but also for other people that can reuse the data. And then the value multiplied. And if the data is, the value is multiplied, then anyway, there are these three keywords: visibility, efficiency, and networking, which are the keywords which are really appealing, because you and your organization will be visible. The efficiency of the workflow of your workflow and the workflow of the other people, because they don't spend time to create data. And then the networking will be possible, because then you can network with other people, because giving out the data does not mean to sell the data or giving them out, but you can give out the data for services. You can exchange it with whatever you like. I mean, it's like an agreement between you and the person that takes your data. So, and then the goal was to create a searchable catalog where people can search for your data. And to do this, you have to do metadata. So you have to tag the data, but we will see it. The big problem was this one. I mean, this is the framework. I mean, from digitization to digitalization. Digitization creates data. A digitalization extract value from data. And then I use this example. Big data are there, spread. I mean, you don't know where you can, which one you can use. But if you want to build something, you have to buy the Lego bricks, or you have to find the Lego bricks in what you have. So the first thing to do is to organize data. Because once you know how many bricks you have that you need, then you can build what you want to do. So this is actually what is the process between digitization and digitalization. Digitalization gives big data, but the data management is missing, because who knows where the data are? It's very seldom that people make data management organization of the data. So this is a bottleneck. And to have a digitalization, you must know what you have, and then you extract value. And then you can create innovation, new products, services, and workflows. So this is the framework. Okay, but then, as I said before, if you don't tag your data with some keywords, you never can find the data, because you are not searchable. It's like when you Google something, you have to buy something. You want a sweater with yellow and narrow and wool, and then you insert this data. But because the product is tagged with the common vocabularies, because you know the colors, the size, the material, and that is the same thing that we have to do with data. So if you have metadata card with all the information related to the data set, then you can fill this data set with this metadata card. And then there are some metadata which are descriptive, which need vocabularies. Vocabularies are taxonomies. For instance, the topics of wind energy, the variables they use in wind energy, the external conditions they use in wind energy or your data, activity instrument models. So these are some standards that we have created in a project called IRP Wind. Who knows IRP Wind? Everybody. In this, there was a task for making this fair data. And then we created the taxonomies of this descriptive metadata, which are there. An example. So we have tagged, we give the possibility to people to tag the data with vocabularies which are in common. So everybody, the data owner tagged the data, and the data user retrieved the data, the information about the data with the same tag. So this is a very powerful tool to create a metadata catalog. And actually, we are working with CENER, with you and CENER, and the supercomputing Barcelona Center, what is called BSC. We are three institutions that are implementing this. And this share window will be open at the end of October for all the organizations in ERA that would like to make visible their data. So why I say this? Because we were talking before about data sets which are available. So, and this one is the safest way to make available the data set. You can build up a community which is called the FarmConners, and then catalog your data in this catalog, this data catalog. You might also have a DOI for this, for your data, so it will be citable and officially searchable. So the idea is each organization should tag the data sets with the metadata, and then a web crawler will harvest these metadata cards and make a metadata catalog. In this way, your data will be safer because you are the owner of the data. It's your premises. You can do whatever you want with the data. You can move it to other repositories. You can keep the control of it. But at the same time, you communicate with the other people that I have this data. Do you need the data? The wind farm data is another sample.
So you don't share the data itself, you share a description of the data.
So now we actually are trying to implement this with some data sets that we have, all these we institution have. But I mean, it could be nice if you are part of this pilot study. Let's see. Something that actually I would like to, who knows this European Open Science Cloud? Good. Because actually this is the next big thing that the European Commission is doing. The portal is open now, but there is no governance. Because the idea is to, whatever databases, whatever models, whatever infrastructure, computing infrastructure there is around, will be linked in open and seamless services to analyze and use research data. I mean, seamless is because it's spread. I mean, everybody will have his own model, his own workflows, his own data. But at least a linked catalog, and then available for the workflow of each project, because the project should go to can plug in, the communities can plug in to this European Science Cloud. And in May, next year will be open to, the problem from them is to have a minimum viable data, data sets and minimum viable communities, because they want to link not only the energy community, but all the communities in science. Yes.
For keeping the data there, the storage data there?
No, not storage. It's like it's a kind of idea that they are linked together, all the repositories. For instance, UDAT, Zenodo. Zenodo has everything, as data, as presentations, as papers. You can upload in Zenodo whatever you have done. And then you have a DOI that can be, and then your presentation can be cited with a DOI. So it's really a good thing to use, because whatever you do, whatever idea you have, I have it uploaded in Zenodo, so you can refer to that. I think it's quite nice. Because in this way, this open science should start to be effective. Open science is whatever your idea you have, you can share it with the other people, and then the other people will take the idea, not running away, because there is a demonstration that your idea is there. So I think this is something that could be really good for you to explore.
I think around all these ideas, for example, in our project, I see this for next projects, we are starting to generate a really quite quantity of data. This is a cost to maintain those databases. So you can't pay with the funds that you are giving from the project, but if you want to keep this available for 1 year after a particular project, this is a problem. I don't know if the Commission or
as I told you, they have already all this beautiful manifesto, yet they don't have it. The governance, because actually there should be two parts. One is a commercial part, which is a marketplace, and the second one is for research, for the European research funded by you. At least what I read. Yes. I mean, if this is true, it could be really the dream of everybody. Okay, I think this is what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, this is the data part. Into the agenda. This is the special. This one. Okay, this is the work package for mobility researchers, and this is a kind of we took it from the RP-Win mobility. Nobody has ever used the RP-Win mobility. No, use it. Fantastic, wonderful. So he's a champion here. How long have you been out?
I was away for
a month. Okay. So the mobility, it's the scheme. It's about improving collaboration, doing some work together, and these are actually the three objectives: improve communication, efficiency transfer of information, efficient implementation of the work program, to facilitate the cooperation between FarmConners researchers. And the examples I was listening before was jointly write papers, like this white paper, for instance. You can use the mobility to go to somewhere to work on the paper. Designing benchmarking, choose and detailed discussion of the data study case. So there are a lot of opportunities for a lot of reasons that you can use for using the mobility. And this is the funding scheme. There are two funding schemes. One is for the managers. They can be mobile for less than 1 week, because they are more, it's difficult for managers to be away for more than 1 week. And the other one is for researchers up to 2 weeks. In RP-Win, we have 1 month, but it was a 4-year project, and we had a larger budget. But this is also particularly just coordination action, so it's something about to collaborate for short tasks. And the financial model is €200 per day, and then you get €600 for a lump sum for traveling. And the running deadline for submitting application. You can submit application anytime. And yeah, to make some calculations, 1,400 per week. No salary is paid. the salary is coming from the project, this one, from FarmConners or from your national projects that you are working on. I guess you have some related projects that can pay your salary. But this is an added value anyway. Yeah, the application form is quite simple. It's a maximum 3 pages with these headlines. And the evaluation committee will be me and one topical expert. We selected. Any question? And it will be a web page where this will be made online. You can download online the template and then you can upload the application.
I think I missed it when you said which degree of CFA. What is the abbreviation CFA? What's the
transfer of knowledge.
Oh?
Transfer of knowledge. Yeah, these are the deliverables, but I'm not interested. So I mean, your report, your final report will be a deliverable for me. So I will be really after you if you don't send me the final report. There are some frequent asked questions, but I expect you ask me this frequent asked question. One is why you're going to pay the researchers or the research organization, and you will be paid through your research organization. Because your organization will get the money, they will pay. And who is going to apply? The researcher of the organization is the researcher that is going to apply. What is going to be paid salaries? I think daily allowance, the accommodation. I mean, the 200 euros per day, they cover the accommodation and
the extra cost, basically.
Then there is the 600 euro lump sum, which is not so bad, because if you know before when you are going, then you can find it cheaper. Will the visit be only to research organizations inside the consortium or outside as well? This is something that we have to discuss, because you are 12 researchers.
With 12 organizations.
Yeah. So I think you can find someone to collaborate.
There could be a middle ground that says we can also go to advisory board members.
Yeah, that is, then they are belonging to the scheme.
Then suddenly Boulder comes in range.
But
That would cost 600 euros to Boulder, difficult.
Well, can't have it all.
You cannot invite anybody from other organizations which are not this compound.
And what is it for the research course for those that are PhD students, so having the PhD?
Yes. No, it's a PhD student. We agreed that there was a drawback in every winter, no PhD students, because we wanted to mobilize for long periods researchers, because there was a unique scheme. There is no scheme for short, long-term mobility for researchers, only for PhDs actually. But this one is also for PhD. They are more likely, the people are more free than people are. Other questions?
In terms of the projects, does it have to be specifically FarmConners related?
Yes. It's kind of helping the workflow of FarmConners. I mean, it is related to that.
Related to, I would say.
That's what I said. I mean, it's a question of formulation. I didn't thank you, but thank you for the attention.
Thank you. And then I think we have one more presentation.
Yeah.
If you have any questions,
Yes. So I'm going to go through some of the administrative matters. Perhaps I should say I'm working with DCU, spending much of my time doing project management, especially for the EU projects. And so the things I want to talk about is not. Oh, okay. So here are the things I want to talk about, and I promise to make it brief because I know some of you may not find it that interesting, but it's still important. And Dimitrios already mentioned some of the things today, so I don't have to go over them again. Just to say who we are, we have an administrative support team at DTU. I'll be the main contact, but then we also have a few other people. You will definitely also meet this name again, Charlotte. She's our communications officer. And then we have a financial person. I don't know who it is yet, because it's going to be a new one. I think her name is Kirstine, but let's see. And we'll be helping with different things. Gregor is the project coordinator, but then we'll be supporting him with planning up meetings and communications with both you guys and with the commission. Then our financial people will monitor the budget. And then we'll be helping with the periodic reports and submitting deliverables and checking deliverables. And this one was just to say we have a lot of projects, so please make it clear what project you're referring to when writing an email. And yeah, you can ask me anything. Then we have the grant agreement. I know you are all experienced with this, but this is the most important part. It's Annex 1, Part A and Part B. Part B is the one from the proposal. But Part A is particularly important because it's the updated version. So earlier we had that thing with some of the deliverables getting new numbers. And they will be changed in this one. You already heard about that. So we have a logo made. It will soon be available on SharePoint, but we haven't set up the SharePoint site yet.
Yes, we have the SharePoint site.
But it's not fully set up, right?
Yes.
It is? Well, I'm not sure I have the right one.
Well, it's not as much set up as the one Marlene set up for auto control, but that's totally over the top anyway.
Okay. Does everybody have access to the SharePoint site? Okay. You will get it. And as Dimitrios said, always acknowledge it's 2020 funding and the project. And use it for everything. So for SharePoint, we will be using that for pretty much everything internally. So if you have some data or some documents or deliverables, we'll put it all there so you can easily find it.
For example, since I was running essentially all of the slideshows from that computer, I have all the presentations already. and I'll put them up on the SharePoint probably now under a meetings folder.
And then we'll also have a contact list, so you can find all the people working on a specific work package or whatever you need. Also, the external website has not been made yet. We have a domain. Right now, our communications officer is on her honeymoon, so when she comes back, she'll do that. Just briefly to say that for the different work packages, the ones of you who are work package leaders, you have certain responsibilities, and I think you know them already, but it's pretty much just to make sure that your work packages are running according to plan, that everybody knows what they're doing. Yeah, and to communicate with both the coordinator and with each other. For the deliverables, we made certain procedures for other projects and they work quite well. So we'll be having this template made that you should always use for the deliverables.
We have that template made.
I haven't seen it, but okay.
I know, I got it yesterday.
Okay. So we have a template.
Wait, is the Word format or do you have a text format?
I don't think we have any.
I could ask whether you can do a LaTeX format as well.
Yeah. You're not the first person asking for it. Yes. So use the template, please. Then you should send it to the work page leaders for their approval. And then they will send it to us as coordinator. And we'll do the final check and submit it to the EU portal. Yeah, if you have problems with the deadlines, again, let us know. So we can also notify Dimitrios. For the management structure, I just took this from the grant agreement. And I don't think I have to go very much into it because it's quite clear, I think. Then I saw you made this list of activities. So you already decided on a date for the Leuven workshop, which is fine. Then I think you also have additional management board meetings in addition to these.
Yeah, that's another question that we should discuss among the work package leads, because I would think that in a relatively short and packed schedule like this, we should be having an online meeting, say every other month, just to keep the momentum going and keep updated on what's going on. And I'll try to convene, or maybe you can try to find a date, and then just have that for the whole duration of the project.
For the meetings, when all the partners, it was kind of hard to get to know which one were in which place. Maybe it's gonna be each 6 months or something, or project meetings.
Project meetings like this one.
Yeah.
That's every 6 months, roughly. But I think we have actually.
Some cases I
no, we haven't.
Yeah, we'll make a better calendar.
We got this project meeting, and that's even the next one, the next real meeting already. And then we have that half-day meeting here, which I think is a project meeting. After that side event, so that we can discuss the results of the side event. Here we got a project meeting at the Wind Europe, next to the Wind Europe Summit in April 21 in Copenhagen, because it's easy for us and we can easily organize that. And then we have a final meeting here in Munich, so it's actually all there.
Then we have the periodic reports. And again, Dimitrios already mentioned it, so I don't think I have to say much about it. It consists of two different parts, a technical and a financial one. The technical one is where I need inputs from the work package leaders. We'll make a template and send it out when it's time, so that we have the format ready, so you can just fill it in. And just to remind you, we have two periods in the project. So we have two, after each year. Yes. The budget is not my area of expertise, but yet it's here. So it's split between partners and work packages, and we can make budget shifts without an amendment, but we need to clear it both with Gregor's coordinator and with Dimitrios. Yes. So send justification as soon as you have it for any changes you might have. And just the budget, won't say anything about it. This is just to say that you can't claim any cost. And I don't think I have to say anything about it, because as I heard, you already worked on a lot of these projects.
There was one question that we had, that was if you paid your travel already before the project started, is that eligible cost?
I think no, but I'll have to check it.
Starting
no, wait,
if it's
start is 1st of September.
So you mean if you booked your travel for this meeting, for example, but you booked it a month back?
Yeah.
I'll check it.
In terms of documentation, you need the hours, the person, do you, I guess you need to assign the work package at least as well, so you know how the hours were spent by which person on which work package?
I'm afraid yes.
And that's it, so you don't need anything else besides this?
No, that's just your timesheet. So
is there a required template or is it a freestyle template with this minimum information on it?
It's a required template. It's somewhere on that EU portal that you put that function.
But I think there are different ways of doing it.
Yeah, so I think I could need some best practice on that one.
Which institution are you from?
ENGIE.
Yeah, I don't know how much experience you have with your projects.
Limited.
Well,
So
we have people at DTU who can help.
Yeah.
And you can also see this. I'll put it on Sharepoint. For the payments, I'm not sure if you have all received the first payment. You know that?
I don't know. I've seen that they wanted to initiate the prepayment 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago, something like that. But I don't have any clue whether that arrived with us or whether that had been transferred on. I think we're not even sure about your bank accounts yet, so maybe we haven't done much yet.
Yeah, we need you all to fill this small template with details about your bank account and everything. I don't know if any of our financial people sent that already. I have to check with them. But we also had some changes there, so yeah, I'll check when we get back.
Does it have to be a bank account project specific, or it can be any company bank account and
any?
Just keep track of it.
Yes. So after we submit the periodic report, they have 60 days in the EU. No, sorry, we have 60 days to submit the report after the project period ends, and then they have 60 days, or is it 90 days? Dimitrios said it earlier.
Yeah.
And then after the project ends, you'll get the final payment. Again, with the same procedure. And that's all I wanted to say. Do you have any questions for me? Well, you can always reckon.
Lovely. So that lets us come to the last little bit about dissemination, exploitation, and communication. I don't think there's that much to exploit here in this project, because most of the stuff that we do is going to be public anyway. At least that's the intent here. So then there's some bits about dissemination, and I think we Jan Willem left. Okay, then we don't discuss that paper once more. So this dissemination, I mean, we have a relatively clear plan for which papers and which reports we should be writing when. And I don't want to go over that once more because that's sort of a given anyway. But for the communication, one thing is this template here is actually the official FarmConners template that's going to be on the Sharepoint from later today. And again, that's PowerPoint. I'll ask whether there's going to be, whether we can get a LaTeX template, because that could be useful. And there's also a Word template along the same lines, which I haven't even opened yet. I know that there was a Word attachment. So, and communication, what I'd like to know from you is what are your experiences with that special LinkedIn identity of CL Wind Farm?
It has been, I think it's been the most adequate way, I guess. For I guess for the students we have, Twitter is well, maybe for the large entities and so on, European environment, but in LinkedIn we are approaching better.
Okay. Do you get that how's it called in LinkedIn if it's not retweeted by Sener and Tum and some of these overall university accounts, or is that just yourself sending out that thing and then it's going to your followers and it's maybe distributed through them? No, Charlotte, our communication officer, meant that maybe it's better if we put that under the ETU Wind Energy header, because there we have some 2,500, 3,000 followers, and that comes out to a wider audience. And I've seen that CL WindCon had a couple of 100, 300 followers or so. And so it's a smaller group. But my idea was to keep it sort of like that, have a FarmConners identity, and then get that retweeted to the Wind Energy account, and that way distributed.
Share that and then
okay. Yeah.
Communication, I think the reaction sounds.
Yeah. And we do that, and we already go to a lot of conferences, so the more scientific or technical dissemination should be okay. I would think. Yeah.
Good thing.
So I'll keep in mind who's liking us and who doesn't, and I'm sure we'll find ways to encourage that.
Yeah, also, for example, when any of the partners is giving a talk conference
Good, and we do that. Then we're already at the AOB. Does anyone want to say anything else?
One question was regarding the YouTube channel. I think that makes a lot of sense, but the YouTube channel or videos, if you have if that was captured of yesterday, the work conference, the 8-hour video uncut, not sure if that's.
It does work because what you can do is you have the agenda and then you have the time points, and then you can actually click on one particular talk and then it jumps automatically into that one. That's an interesting little feature that YouTube has.
Okay. That is so interesting, and you want to have the agenda, or is there anything specific you thought you could put, something exciting you could put into YouTube?
That would be cool, wouldn't it?
My daughter would say, wow, cool stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Your daughter is probably not the target group here. Unfortunately, mine isn't either. Though she's
she has still the option to start an engineering career, but she's far away from that. But.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think YouTube is going to be something that's also one of the dissemination channels, but it's not going to be a massive.
And it's optional, not a must.
I think we promised it because I have reasonably good experiences with the one I'm running for the IEA wind forecasting task. Where we did, at the end of the phase one, we had 4 Wednesdays with webinars, half-an-hour webinar plus questions from the audience. And that worked relatively simple because we just used that Zoom platform and recorded that. And then I just put it on YouTube. And that's giving sort of half-an-hour overview of some of the issues we're looking at.
Okay, but more towards the results than the questions.
More towards the results, yeah. And we could do something like that as well. For total control, we have produced 4-minute videos. We have produced 1 4-minute video so far. That's a bit more expensive because we needed to have some professional company that did some animations of, look, if I do the turbine like that, then the weight goes like that. And we had to tell them, no, if I do it like that, then the weight goes like that. Similar, but that all went nicely, and now we have a 4-minute video, and at the end of this year, we should be having another 4-minute video of total control, and that could be also maybe cross-linked or something. So there are possibilities, but there will be a YouTube channel, but I don't expect to quit my day job and become a full-time influencer.
I had a suggestion about the work packages. I don't know what everyone thinks, but perhaps having a monthly or bi-monthly catch-up call to check in with the progress of the work packages individually, so they can be managed separately.
I think I would leave that to the work package sheets, how they organize the work. Going, on. So thanks for coming, and I'm looking forward to see you in Leuven in early February, and maybe before that even on some conferences. There's not that many conferences now. Total control. Huh? That's oh yeah, that's yours next week. Unfortunately, I have to go on holidays. Can't have everything.
Yeah.
Having pictures in Pamplona would be nice too, but having some beers on the Oktoberfest does it for me.
Well, there's also the Europe offshore in Copenhagen.
Yeah.
Coming up in the 24th of November.
Yeah, who of you is going there? Some people. Good. And then, yeah, as I said, we'll have a call for the work package leads, for steering committee, exco, whatever we call it. And then we see you in Leuven. Good. Thanks.